My stealth broke again to nothing. I don't know what it is every time on that map. I don't know if it's like the little poison cloud or... Faint's expiring for this. And Walker's just soloing me through cloak and evasion. Warrior just soloed the mage. Finish my stacks. Look at this. I have faint for this, should be okay. Got a blind pally, gouge trinket. Big of this on this guy. YOLO bomb it. Got drink karma, I guess. Try to stun healer. Gotta finish my stacks on the Windwalker. Might be dead here. Didn't paint this. Defensively gouge the Windwalker to not just die. He has Link for me. Guy blinked non-stuns and he has no block. Actually he's Frost, he has second block. And we wasted stun DR on Windwalker on a random DR stun for no reason. So I don't really have the ability to go the Windwalker anymore. Stun the Mass Poly. Pick the Mass Poly. Get second block, I guess. And bubble, we're all getting Mass Poly now though. I have blades, but I think we're all just dead here because I got a sheep. We would have killed Windwalker if we didn't like waste stun DR. Like getting mage's second block took too long. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Whenever I go the right side, I just get pulled out of stealth to air. I just gotta go this way every time, I guess. Give off Berserker Rage, so I'm allowed to stun. Triggered Evade, because I'm dying through every button. Any healer in 3. What'd you do if you lost your hair? I don't know. That's more of a question for my girlfriend than it is for me. I like it. That'd be a little sad. I know it's a part of life though. I'm very blessed that I still have my hair in my 30s. Most people, they lose it even in their early 20s. He sheeped into the Zerker, so it just got reduced. Feels bad. They double disarm me at the same time. Love to see it. I lose my crit buff because I just haven't moved my character in a while. Celestial, he's fine. I gave Cog. Still have my kick, but Hex is me. Give off Zerker Rage. So I can get a kidney. Gets the Hodge. Look at this crit. I just get disarmed again. Don't even get it off. I can't cover both disarms. Try to go bomb the warrior or something when my mage is getting soloed. Now I'm getting soloed. I have a vanish out of this, but get slicing wins for 3.5 million instead. I don't know. Nerf sub broke, guys. Nah, she wouldn't, but. Tips against some against Rissa Shaman. It is annoying because they're just permanently Earther in the entire game, but you just have to do your ghost the best you can. This guy DC'd. It is what it is. I mean, I don't know. If it was affordable or something. And like effortless. There's on my team. Oh, it actually kicked him out. Means I go 1 and 2. Unlucky. I don't know, it's just a weird question. Makes me think you're gonna like fucking find me and like poison me to make my hair fall out or some shit. It's a weird ass question. Depends on my age, how important my looks are based on what I'm doing. If it like actually affects my ability, you know? Of just being respected, you know? I mean, you can look at your own Twitch name to kind of, you know, reflect on how much of a troll you are, but I don't know what number burner account it is, you know. But yeah, that's a shitty DC, especially because that was a 30-minute queue before I turned my stream on. Viewer choose jail time. Up the WoW too. Yeah, it kicked you out pretty quick. Because you weren't even DC'd in the next starting room. Like your nameplate wasn't grayed out in the starting room. Not much, Tristan. Yeah, they didn't touch T at all in the modifiers, right? That's crazy that they just didn't touch Thistle T. me look at it again. We can do the math right now while we're in queue before I start viewer twos. So we got 20% backstab, useless. 20% shadow strike, meh. Those don't matter. We're not even going to do the math on those. Symbolic -8. Darkest Night. What was it? 4% per stack. And you usually got around 5 stacks. So we're just gonna say 4 to 20%, down to 2 to 10%. I never actually fully did the math on every single thing. Overall, I think it's gonna be a nerf, but I think it's a small rupture buff, a small Abyss nerf. Playstyle will be the exact same. Build will be the exact same. You just drop Symbolic. The only thing that's really gonna be different is that you just can't play Symbolic anymore. I think Symbolic's dead. You just play the Calvish build, and you play it the exact same way. It's just they're dumbing it down so that you care less about finality. I don't think it's a buff by any means. What am I missing also? Darkest Night. -9. Blades. -5. Finality. 15. And then Secret Tech breaks even because of the Macabre. Secret Tech breaks even with Macabre. That's because the headset, and also that's just how hair is. I don't know if you know really where to go, but it kind of parts right in the middle, but Macabre will drop, yeah. So in a perfect world, let's say we're at a 5-stack Macabre. Take Symbolic completely out of the equation. We're trading 10, 9, 24, 39. Yeah, even in a non-symbolic environment is more than a 14% of this nerf. Or a 25% rupture buff. Doesn't really matter that. In the tier set, it's not really wearable. Yeah, Shadow Strike won't do anything. Backstab won't do anything. Secret Tech's breaking even. Technically, Secret Tech's not breaking even because Blades. I didn't like fully do the math, but no, it's only a 5% on Blades. Yeah, really the gist is just meant to dumb down things so you don't add Macabre / care about finality. Well, finality is getting cut in half. Darkest Night cut in half outside of it critting. Symbolic is just being pretty much removed. Darkest Night being cut in half. Blades only being down 5%. Finality being cut in half. I'm doing the math of what all of these modifiers add up to without Symbolic versus the 25% of this. I'll add symbolic 39. Also, so yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, 14. I mean, you're always going to be last on damage no matter what you do. But they're just saying don't play a symbolic one-shot build. I think the build's going to stay the same. I think Trickster is still terrible. I think it'll probably still be a T build. You just don't want people to play symbolic. They don't want the 3 to 4 mil of this is. Yeah, that's the gist of it. Weird that they didn't touch T at all in this equation. I don't really get it. Yeah, Slice Nerf did nothing. It's still broken. The Deeps was higher without flag, but yeah. Oh, I just trinketed because I was trying to search certain transmog and the timer was in the way. Who needs trinket against a 3-warrior? Strike didn't want to teleport me to him, I guess. Now here's where I would trinket and kidney the healer. Painted this 40% damage reduction. Paint for this should be fine. I was gonna half cheap shot off that, but I'm testing Trickster right now, yeah. Again. I want to see if this build would have any... how much damage Gloomblade actually would do. If I actually put a fan of knives every global with Gloomblade and Dark Brew. So far, this build is just terrible, though. Also, just could be Holy Priest, not as much damage as this. I need, like, actual healer damage to help me kill anything before 60% dampening. Can't stop the Guardian. Fake that. Bomb this Aura Master heal. He leaps into the bomb. Feels bad. I had my blind there, but I need chastise. Yeah, it doesn't increase the consistency at all. It just dumbs it down so that you don't care as much about finality, but then even if you care about finality, you're getting a 14% nerf. Yeah, even with every builder type thing I could pick, we still are critting 370k backstab out of like 11, 12 million on a warrior. And that's with shadow damage versus plate. Yeah, it didn't seem that good. With 20%, that would put it at like 400k backstab out of like 12 million. Or like 440. Not really, because then you're taking the modifiers out. Because you're losing... No, I'm not benefiting from Macabre. I think even 10% Macabre is still worth it, though. What do you think about the changes? I don't think they're great. I think it's kind of a step in the right direction, but... definitely they need to make backstab give 2 combo points so that you don't have to spam fan of knives. Really unintuitive. And it's not fun to just spam AoE the whole game, is to have the only way to farm enough combo points to make sure you have dance. And then this needs to go back to 0.7 per combo point spent. They only nerfed this because of the vanish cooldown reduction, which they got rid of. So like this needs to go back where it used to be. So if this goes back to 0.7 and they let you play subterfuge and have like the energy regen go up here as like a 1 point node for like 150 energy like it used to be. 1 point vigor 150 up here. And then give backstab 2 combo points, and then it would be great. I don't think Rotten Shadow Strike would do that much. Yeah, it's also just really weird that sub is like the one rogue spec that doesn't have 2 vanishes or subterfuge. 2 vanishes and subterfuge used to be sub specific, and now it's the only one that doesn't have it. Like, Asa is just way more overrepresented. It just does everything better. Yeah, the only reason I was testing this with Trickster is because you get... This is 20% in PvP. But 20% extra crit damage is pretty good. Could try Cold Blood. And we could go Rotten, I guess. And we just drop Macabre, I guess. And save. Lose 10%. Obviously, this goes live on Tuesday, but I just want to see what this would feel like. Right now, it's not possible to lose Macabre. I would have to lose Dark Brew right now. No, I'm not on the PTR. I'm just kind of in a vacuum trying this out because 2s is a meme bracket. And then just doing napkin math after the game. Being like, okay, my top Gloomblade was 370. What's 20% more? Even though it doesn't really equate that way. I just want to see. Wait, what happened to my gilded crests? Oh, I'm on my other rogue, that's why. No, it's a nerf. I did the math. It's backstab and Shadow Strike don't really matter. It's about a... Technically, it might be a Trickster buff because Darkest Night is getting nerfed. But I don't think Trickster will still pass it. You need the cooldown reduction on Shadow Step, and the reliability of crits is nice. But I don't know, maybe Trickster will pass it. But for the most part, it's a 14% 14 to 20% of this nerf for a 25% rupture buff. And then they're just dumbing it down, so if you do the rotation wrong, you get punished less. So if you like go without finality or like low stacks in Macabre, it doesn't really matter. Which is good, I guess, when you're dancing back to back. When your Macabre resets itself mid-go. But they're just dumbing it down is really the gist of it. But the Stars Align burst potential is being nerfed by like 14 to 20%. I wish Coup de Grace was still a gap closer. Feels bad, man. I let him blade storm that, I'm bad. Now he gets to Tremor Totem his Shaman out. He doesn't do it. Without Dark Room, my DPS went down so much. I don't know if it's really possible to test this before Tuesday. But I think it'll be interesting to try this. Even though I don't think the build will change. It'll be more or less the same build, same playstyle. I do like the idea of Trickster being good, but I don't think... Because you can just swap around freely. There's no, oh, I want to do one more finisher on this guy into a defensive CD. I'm, you know, one stack away from finishing it and getting another crit. Got trinkets for no reason. Got Rage Regen without blades. Huge. I mean, the way I see it is it's a 14% nerf. And they killed a whole other branch of playstyle. Or any, you know, different individuality of me having a different playstyle than Calvish. They just said, nope, you have to play the Calvish build. So really all it is like a flexibility playstyle difference nerf. And just saying, go back to these talents. And then even when you do go back to the normal, correct build, you're still getting a 14% nerf. Because backstab is unbuffable unless it's some Looney Tunes like 100 to 200% style number. And then Shadow Strike probably would need like 40 for it to be scary. Unless it's like a rotten Weapon Master proc on leather. With like Dark Arc or Despair Orb or, you know, Weapon Enchant on top of that. Yeah, I think they needed to make backstab give 2 combo points and then buff this back to 0.7. And then move the energy talent up here. And make it a 150 energy, 1-point node, like it used to be. Nah, Ellie Shamans are the biggest gaslighters. They're actually doing really well right now. Kinda. Well, not really well. It is not the worst spec in the game like Ellie people complain. If Ellie doesn't jump up and down and double everyone's damage and is in like 90% of games and every game is Thunder or Ellie Farrell, they lose their minds. They always want Ellie to just be the, you know, set up your bot and then accidentally get rank 1 Pokemon spec mode. Where you just play the game with no voice and you jump up and down pressing instant casts all game. Like, I would definitely put Ellie Shaman above Subaru right now. But they're like, you know, both like B tier, kind of. Maybe Ellie's like low A, but nah, it's probably like B. But like, I'm not gonna compare Ellie to Warlock or Mage, but you know, it's not like Holy Priest bad last season. Like, I've still seen some Ellies in Shuffle 60-0 people. There's no like Primwave into Ascendance into procs, you know, Gatling gun, but I don't know, honestly. I think they just keep trying to dumb down Hunter over and over again. That's why it also just avoids nerfs. Like Hunter and like Pally are like the most popular classes because they're like just Nepo classes. Any news on the job? Nah, it was a no yesterday. So I got to go back into frantic apply for everything mode. Like the one interview I wasn't like that confident in either because they surprised me with a few questions I wasn't expecting. But I did really well in all the aptitude testing for it and all that, but it was very different than most interviews I've ever gone for. I was excited for it though, and it's a little disappointing for sure. Especially because I needed to start something a month ago. And I was just kind of in limbo with this because it was like, okay, they let me do all the tests. Okay, they wanted a second wave of testing. Okay, they scheduled the interview out in 2 weeks because they're really busy hiring like thousands right now. And then it was like, okay, interviews in 2 weeks. Wasn't my best interview. 6 to 10 days feedback, then I get the no. So it was like over a month process. And I kind of held out on other stuff that I declined a few offers because I was like, this paid way more and had good opportunity for advancement. That was like the one interview I wasn't confident in my life. I'm kind of sad, but I gotta like frantically apply to a bunch of stuff. I have like a side gig thing going on right now in addition to just trying to rely on coaching, but just to make sure I at least pay my rent this month, even though I'm gonna be in credit card debt. That is what it is. Not even. There was just a bunch of changes announced yesterday, and people are really confused about them. So I did the math. And people want to know what the verdict is, because people don't know if it's a buff or a nerf. Meanwhile, every other class will just be like, it's a buff, even if they don't even know math. Yeah, I just didn't think it would be this long in limbo. So I should have just taken the other offers. I'd never had a application process take that long. But I guess it's just at a really large scale. But I just really liked the idea of that too, because it was like 12-hour shifts. So it gave me a couple days a week where I could stream. Contagion, Gift and 10, thank you so much, man. Like if I'm just doing like a 5, you know, day work week, then it's gonna be kind of hard to find time to stream. Because, you know, I also gotta spend time with my girlfriend every day. We live together, you know. I'm not trying to just stream every minute I'm not working. So that's why it was perfect to just do like a 3 to 4 day, 12-hour shift work week where I could be like, okay, Now I have 2 days to stream, you know, 2-3 days to stream. Yeah, thank you so much, Contagion. My alerts worked, right? They were broken yesterday. Yeah, it actually went through. I don't know why it was broken yesterday. I had to DM the 2 people that subbed. We did like an 8-hour stream. There was only like 2 subs, but my alerts were broken and I had to like go through and like DM them thank yous because I felt bad. But I just didn't see it. My alerts and shit were broken yesterday. Somehow the pause button got clicked or something. No steps to ever move my character. Permanently change the vice the entire game. I think I'm just dead. I'm lining him too much. You know, Hunters needed a knockback. Nice grip into the trap. Make him plays. Try to get a half sap, but it's also really criminal because if I like step stun the hunter, I just get thunderstormed by the shaman because he's allowed to thunderstorm his teammates. So if I don't have like double step, it's really hard for me to ever move my character. Thunderstorm also slows you too. I don't know if this build can beat this comp against good players. It flops in here. If it was like disc and I was playing normal build, it might be possible, but this build is also extra countered by hunters. Because I'm like built around actually getting crits. And that makes Ross way more valuable to me. For the hunter crit immunity. Trapped another Tremor Totem. Just dead here. No matter what you do, I'm never even within like on Windwalker or Rogue. Like BM Hunter just does so much damage into use. There's just no counterplay to the damage unless you have a root. Yeah, I've looked into some recruiters and stuff. That's kind of one of the side gigs I have going right now. It's down, yeah. The spear going straight into the air from him flying, that looked so funny. Gonna link. Oh, I already linked, I forgot. The difference in Deathstalker and Trickster is astounding. You just have no pressure because you just can't close out the game with Trickster. And you just do less DPS as Trickster. Thanks, grayed out. Oh, that happened last season. It's not doing that to me right now though, that's weird. That command is from last season, but you can see if that still works. That was a bug last season. But like I said, there's no guarantee it'll work now, but you do you. Weird. Yeah, just go shaman more. Counter-Strike bugged again and just didn't apply. Nice. Love not proccing my hero talent and fucking up my whole rotation. Up, second cover. Got both trinkets though. I think we're just dead. Three walls. Bro. I'm gonna get stuck in root now for vanishing, but you guys have free earthlings literally the entire game. Like, it's literally just never not an earthling totem almost. Yeah, I would consider the changes on Tuesday to be a nerf too. The third nerf of the spec, even though it's literally extinct and B tier. Every shuffle lobby, even if I go 3-3, people complain about sub. It's crazy. Even if there's like 2 people in the entire region playing it. And every game that it ever wins, when you go 3-3, is just someone not pressing their defensives for no reason. People have to borderline win trade to lose to a sub rogue. Unless like you're a dragon or a DH, then I can understand complaining, because you just get one shot randomly by sub rogue. But everyone else has like no excuse of dying to it. But yeah, dragons and hunters don't really, or dragons and demon hunters don't really have an answer. I mean, Rubber Man was pretty dumb. It was just an instant 60% of your health. I mean, not 60, but like 50.
Six to 0 link.
I mean, try. Go in subterfuge because I want to be able to get nullifying off the dragon. just dead. I was playing Burst, he probably died. I'm dead here. I didn't paint this. Through Emerald Communion, by the way. I mean, he had rewind time stop every button, but he needed to Emerald like 2 globals sooner. What's the most annoying class to face as a rogue? I think I just don't like fighting rep Pellies. Like they're getting buffed. To me, they just feel too much like a prop Pelly. Like, no spec should be designed entirely off defensively. Like, when you fight them in Blitz or Shuffle or anything, it feels like another healer on their team. Having to get like, oh, gonna Trinket Sank, Bubble Sank, Bop Sank, extra off sack, extra off lay on hands. You know, like, it just... really boring even if you win. Shadow Strike didn't play my hero talent again. It was bugged like 80% of the time. Painted this, I have crazy damage reduction. Like, red just needs a rework to actually be offensive. Like, you can give it Immortal Strike, you can give it more CC. It just shouldn't have Sank or Bop or Lay. There's too much defensive shit in the game. Dead still. I just can't move. I'm disarmed into a Searing Glare. And my healer's micro CC'd, so he can't dispel me. And I'm like 2 finishers away from a dance charge, but I can't do anything because I'm Searing Glared half the game. While I'm just being trained and every single spec in the game does double to triple my damage. Oh, never mind. That's just details pet pad. So I saw the Windwalker doing 105 and me at 35. But it was really 30 to 60. So he's only doing double, but... cool. I mean, there's a reason no one's playing it. It's a really extinct spec. And the only suborg above 2-4 right now. I mean, obviously Cal could do it, but Cal doesn't have the time to waste and shuffle. And we're just gonna die in the open to Windwalker. Finish my stacks. Try to go hit the Windwalker a couple globals. Take a Vis crit. Gouge at the end of bubble. JK. Look at this. The kidney. Karma. I should not have did that recheap shot. He was off the R in like 10. Hopefully I could sap that. I get the sap. We'd kill right here if I didn't do the DR sap. Blind Hunter so that we live. Kick the lightning. Still dead. Gouge him to peel. Set my healer again when he rolls. Oh, he clashed me so I get rooted. I'm still just dead. I love how every single lobby I ever get, like 80% of them are just Windwalker Warrior. It's actually just like no counterplay to their damage. On Rogue at least. Every round I'm just dead the entire game. Even if I faint every stun. Didn't get the step sap that I wanted. Guy's playing. Okay, I thought he was Diamond Dice for a second. That's all 3. Leashing, I guess. I'm off stun DR in 5. Pick Spirit Bloom. Get 1 null. Get 2 nulls. It just sleeps me for pre to switch to sleep to my healer. Got all the nullies though. Really trying to get there to move, but time stops my kidney. I'm bad. And I just get randomly soloed by the warrior in 2 globals. When I finally get to play. Literally 48 to 0'd me. Rest in peace, my MMR. I had Sacred Weapon up too. I was like Spirit Linked. Still killed me in 2 globals, 60 with the Windwalker and a stun. There was a round to win it. The H-Pal's on my team. So that might let me live a melee cleave. And Windwalker will probably accidentally kill someone doing 2.2 million DPS. Somehow the Windwalker didn't 6-0 because we lost the other Windwalker round. Weird. That was worth the queue time. Guy actually just runs in and just literally kills the whole team in like 2 globals. Pretty good. I think you have to change the UI scale of everything. You just have to go to UI scale here. But that's gonna make everything bigger, but... And you can just make certain add-ons and stuff smaller, I guess. After it makes everything bigger, but... Yeah, edit mode. Don't think you can change the size here. I mean, I guess you could do icon size. I guess that counts. Yeah, icon size works. What do you mean doesn't pop up? Maybe check mark action bars. And that's by default. Never mind. Even with advanced options off. Maybe action bar settings? No. I don't know, something's broken with your edit mode. Probably some add-on. Alright, let's log back on the other road for 2s, I guess. I kind of want to do high-end viewer 2s, or not even viewer 2s at all, though. But I want to get above 2-1 to get the crests for the PV crafting. To make up for how bad I screwed over my main. Because my main crafted weapons. And doesn't have 2-piece. Because I thought you got a free piece at 1600. You can upgrade bloody token gear to tier. I spent my bloody tokens too. I spent everything assuming that I would get a free piece at 1600 like the last 2 expansions. And then you didn't get a free tier piece and I was like, oh. And since I have 25 conquest, 75 bloody tokens, well, technically 125 or whatever. But that's still 2 weeks of waiting to afford a chest piece. Because the points are you only get a lot of points week 1. And then it goes down to like 500 or 600 points a week. So I can't afford an 875 piece for like 2 more weeks. That was only in the first day of the season. You can't anymore. Which is weird. I think they just want people to buy more WoW tokens and shit. Because, like, I think it's a good feature. It makes you save a lot of gold on enchants and stuff. The only thing that's, like, wrong about it is just that it's too hard to craft. Like, you should be able to do recrafts as a public order. And you should be able to do cross-roam crafts without being in a guild. Yeah, I like my hair being long. So does my girlfriend. I mean, right now it's a little greasy, but it is what it is. I don't really like short hair. I'd rather hide my forehead, you know? And acne scars and stuff like that. Goes with the drummer vibe, you know? Not look any good right now? It's okay. Well, maybe Bodhi wants to do some twos. I would put Outlaw and Asa above sub. I would say Asa is the best rogue spec though. Guess we're doing more with Nick. The goal is get my main to 2-1 at least in every bracket. Just so I can get the gilded crests. So that I can kind of catch up on gear for how messed up my main is. Because I crafted 2 weapons like an idiot. And I thought I got a free 1600 piece, so I don't have 2 set. And since I didn't recraft rings and necklace, when I recraft these, I'm going to lose my sockets and I have to farm sockets too. Yeah, I would definitely not copy my main gear, only copy Alarm. I think Alarm is the best, but... Yeah, if you... you will lose gems, yeah. I think. I don't think you'll lose if you go epic to epic. But I think you'll lose going honor to epic. I don't think you'll lose going honor to honor. Like, as long as it's the same item level, you won't lose. But yeah, if you're upgrading it, you'll lose. You went honor to epic last night? Okay, that's weird then. No, he's saying like this season honor. Like if I crafted my ring like this, it'll keep.
What up, Nahj?
What up, man? How you doing, Trinix? Not the greatest.
On the upcoming nerfs?
So yeah, I did the math earlier on stream. If I can still pull it up. We kind of just mathed out all the modifiers. And we kind of came to the conclusion that it is a 14 to 22% nerf. Depending on if you play Symbolic or not. If you're not playing Symbolic, it's only a 14% nerf to Abyss. But yeah, they're basically just trying to say don't care about finality and dumb down the rotation. I don't really think the build's gonna change. I was playing around with like a weird trickster build maybe. Where I would just drop Macabre in the future and do something like this. But too early to tell, but they're just dumbing it down even more, really, is the main thing. Yeah, I think we're just going straight back to an HPAL meta. Because the human change for healers is an HPAL buff. Going right back to the Thundercleave in like 2 more batches. Since Warrior is the best melee by far. Maybe even Ret Warrior gets good, because Ret's being overbuffed. Ret being buffed is a bigger nerf than the changes. Because, like, Ret is like the apex predator to a Rogan shuffle. Because you just get 4 melee drooling on each other from 2k to 2800. Where Ret's just auto-win every 4 melee fiesta, because you're basically playing a prop paladin. Double healer. Getting bubble sank, bop sank, and trinket sank is just like, you know. Even if you cross them well. Just like triples the amount of trinkets people have, and then an extra lay on hands that you have to go through also. Like, that's the only thing nice about sub right now is that there's paladins every game. Like, sub's not any better than it was last season. And even with less paladins, it's still not performing that well. Watch that. I don't think they have the technology to remove the sockets from people that have it. I just think PvP gear should come with sockets. I think is the most elegant solution. But they know people buy vicious bloodstones and people sell them, and it's like a good way to make people buy WoW tokens. And they love making money. Not lay on hands. We're just dead. I cloaked the life swap. That was really good. Got bubble. He empties the bubble and gets the full fear. Still losing this though because the Windwalker is doing double my damage. Actually, we might kill her. You got Karma up at 5%. Magic Pop too. There's no dance charges. Free walls. You can just press all those buttons on CD. Overlap steering glare with disarm. I think it's a fear aggro. It was 1 second from being off cheap shot DR there. I fucked up. I don't even think it's worth step kicking that. Might be able to kill here though. Trap him running into the bomb. Think it's it? Oh, we didn't get the fear. Might still kill though. Think of this. Imagine losing his Windwalker H-Puff into a sub-rogue man. The guy's literally 100 million damage above me. He just shits out multiple million fucking plunder storms every 30 seconds. I mean, it's not that easy. The only thing you can do is set up an air horn to like try to peel the slice before it goes off. So it's not actually 20% more rupture. It's 20% of the damage that rupture does. Comes out as a whole separate details entry for like 2 or 3%. It was Heart of the Swarm. I got Masters on Terran. When there was like 3 Terrans in Code S. Like the peak of Protoss cheese. But I cheesed every TVP. I was tired of getting cheesed. I was doing some proxy factories, some proxy reapers every game. Because I refused to play TVP. After 7,000 times of getting blink all in. My TVT was really good too, but yeah. My TVZ wasn't that great. Hunter's gonna be 100 million ahead of me. Details wise. He doesn't properly track his pets, and that's the whole point of his spec. So the scoreboard's gonna show it at the end, but he's gonna do 100 million more than me also, and we just lose the air. Well, he has 4 different instant CC peels for me. If I ever try to play the game, I'm just gonna get scatter, binded, or undispelled rooted. That doesn't also break on damage. It actually only did 13 mil. The other game it was 100 mil diff. It's classic numbers. I have it configured a certain way. Problem is just mobility. I'm perma-chains of ice by the hunter the entire game. And if I need 2 shadow steps to do a go. Because he can thunderstorm his teammates. So if I RP walk for 20 seconds at the shaman and then step to the hunter, because they're always like 40 yards away from each other, even while the shaman is CC'd, he like in a stun, he'll just thunderstorm his hunter. And then he just thunderstorms my step, and then I don't have a second step to get back on him again. And then the hunter just gets to peel me with scatter or binding or whatever 5 different peels he wants to throw at me. Or into him, or he doesn't even need to go for traps. I think it just has to be me killing Shaman, but he has a brain. He has wall for every single blades. Trinket wall for every blades even. Asa is the best rogue spec, yeah. Sub is one of the weakest specs. Despite what complainers say. It statistically is extinct. Nick has to go in 20 minutes, so I guess I'll take this one then. Fuck it. That buff's good? It's not buffs, it's a nerf. Go subterfuge so I can get nullifying off the dragon. It's only 9 off Darkest Night on modifiers, but yeah, overall it's a 14 to 22% modifier nerf. 22 being if you're symbolic. And then Rupture is in exchange. But Shatter Strike and Backstab don't do anything. Guy knows. And by the time I actually got to him, his wall ended, so. Nothing he can do about that one. Bet you even Flops complaining about Subrug there, even though I'm gonna get 3 wins this lobby probably somehow. I mean, the guy sent every pre, and then he just got gouged, flagged, and died. Give Berserker Rage off. Pre-flag, pre-kidney. He didn't pre-wall the flag. Might actually get some CDs here. Alright, swap the warrior, biggest pump. Okay. Hunter's turn. Gotta get ruptures on all 3. I have to finish my stacks on warrior too. Hopefully he doesn't just die there. Kick the last we both did. If we go shaman again off that. I get disarmed. Black warrior. Have to farm dance charge for a while though. Farm warrior. I have no shiv to get the Berserker Rage off, so I just can't stun any of them. Maybe just gouge the buff off too. Yes. I have cooldowns in 20. just get peeled. And we have to block on our go. So without him. Still just dead. We're on hypo. Just go DFA instead of feint. I can move my character to chase the mage. It's a setting in Better Blizz plates. I mean, subs are only good at killing like DH and Dragon. And maybe other rogues, but like Leather in general is kind of squishy, and then Dragon. Like, I don't know, that there's a fake Nahj on there that plays like triple DPS. He's like a hard stuck duelist, rando, weirdo. Not me. Waiting out the CC immunity. You got the trap. Lap kicks. Up block. I just get rooted. You can't block it, I guess. Hopefully I get a half sap. Safe combat for no reason. Ruptures on both. We overlap kicks again. God, I hate the Warriors Ricochet thing. I don't always have shiv for it. Just War Banner with less counterplay. And way shorter CD. And AoE. I guess War Banner was also AoE, but it's crazy that it's like all three people. Second block, even though the guy's completely fine. Or Masters a Hex, I'm just dead. Killing in a random scatter shot, I guess. Nope, we just die. That's on the Rotten. I don't think it does anything. It's not worth it. You lose too much rupture damage. I think Dance is still useful even at 10%. Should expect that to disarm. I fucked up. Doesn't really matter though. I'm not gonna get good feint value anyway into Mage Hunter. Actually, he's playing Snowdrift. Good that I'm still feint. Mage dies without blocking. I had a huge abyss there, but pretty immune from Hunter. Eventually moving my character. I mean, most shuffle rounds, I'm 50-50 or negative. Like, people were literally whining about sub rogue when I was like 51% win rate. And like now I'm actually negative on both rogues. Like every game I'm going BlizzCon game 7 for like a 2 to 3 win or a 2 to 4 win. Whereas every Windwalker or Warrior accidentally gets 4 to 6 wins every single fucking lobby. Actually illegal. Hero talent doesn't apply from Shadow Strike again. Like it literally works like 10% of the time. Like almost every other opener decides not to work. I really don't like the DR lasso there. Pick the nully. Into a kidney. I'd have stun DRs right here if we didn't DR lasso. Get a half sap. Man stays combat for no reason, so I blind. Huge Abyss crit here. Tries to time stop the kidney. I have no way to get the nullies off. I have to defensive smoke bomb myself, otherwise I just die. Still just dead. I mean, 2-5 is top of the bracket. Yeah. I was like 25-50 MMR, but then I tanked both rogues. Because Windwalkers and Warriors just win every lobby. And there's still a bunch of H-Pals that also like make everything really awkward. Yeah, sub and shuffle is just trash. You don't do enough DPS and you get trained every single game and you can't move your character. And you just get CC'd more than the healers. Banish that, I guess. Gonna get flared now. Tries to time stop the stun even though I'm disarmed. Gonna get nullies up. Just dead here. Get a half stab. JK stays combat. Give the Berserker Rage off so I can stun later, even though it'll expire by the time I'm ready to do anything. If she fakes me, he's gonna get the sleepwalk now. Had my blind for this go, but No disarm for warrior. I've disarmed in 5, but good shear on the sleep. I'm warrior now, but got this guy for free. Done the other 3. Blades. Past self pet comes out and tops him off. Other time travel story. Good thing off the healer. And warrior he's good solid. Almost a 6-0 for the warrior, just like last game was almost a 6-0 for a windwalker. You won't have to care about it next patch. Because they're kind of just dumbing it down where you just don't care about your rotation anymore. Old comp points, it's built into better Blizz frames. But yeah, the closest thing I would say maybe is to go into better Blizz frames and just track Darkest Night here. Or Deathstalker's Mark, I mean. And why that's relevant with it being like an enlarged aura is things that you filter in better Blizz show up first. So it'll make like the stack like one of the first debuffs. It'll be easier to see your stacks right here. Instead of like everyone else's random trash buffs. That's what's really good about better Blizz is you can kind of see multiple important things at the same time. I was experimenting with maybe doing a build like this. Oh, vanished on CD. But trying Trickster with no Daunts. And doing 150 energy with lethality but no cold blood. But I don't think it'll be good. I just figured you'd get to go Gloomblade, still have Dark Brew and Finality. Yeah, with Trickster, you just have no burst at all. I just can't close out games. It feels terrible. There's no Kingsblade as sub. We're not Asarug abusers. We're masochists here. Gotta play a B tier spec and have people cry when we go 3-3 and we're 200 million damage behind everyone. Oh yeah, Subrug won a game and didn't go 0-6 this one time. Whereas I could just play Asa and get 4 to 5 wins every time. Sub-Rogue is terrible in every bracket except for Blitz. Unless you're talking about like really, really low rated 2s. Like if you're playing like 2s below like 2100 right now. Like if we're playing like some 1600 to like 2k 2s. Yeah, obviously you one shot. Because nobody presses their buttons, but you will one shot on every class, so. Doesn't matter. Like you'll one shot harder on Windwalker, Feral, Warrior, Hunter. Subrug is just one of the worst specs in every single bracket except for Battleground Blitz. And even then, Outlaw's pretty good in Blitz, I think. Gorma? No, I think if I played that build, I would go without Gorma. Like, even at most, you might get like a 1.5 or something with it, but... Like, I think the Dark Brew is more value. How long are shuffle queues at 2-4? Probably like 20 to 40 minutes still. I mean, Supa would hate Subrogue even if it like had no gouge, had no cheap shot, and did less damage than a healer. He'd still be like, I don't know. Like, you could just look at the representation and just how extinct it is, and Asa always being triple as popular. While being easier to play, and doing more DPS, and having more CC, and actually getting to play 2 vanishes without being energy starved. I've already tried Gorma build multiple times. It's literally terrible. We went from like 1 mil Gorma to like 1.3 in the preseason. Maybe with like weapons and stuff, you can maybe get it to 2 mil by full gear at the end of the season, but 2 mil out of like whatever the HP is going to end at, 13, 14 mil or something, is not going to be good. Probably Kata or Wad. I don't like playing Burst of Speed. Mop will be kind of hype, but I don't think it'll last more than a season. Also, apparently season 12 doesn't have honor gear. But you'll still be able to get conquest gear. So like this beginning of the season in alts is going to be really rough. I'm going to like lose like 100 games in twos to like try to farm gear. In the summer, the mop is really far away. No PvE gear really that is best in slot, but outside of maybe the legendaries towards the end, but I don't think Rotten will be better with the 20% Shadow Strike. See if we can find something though. There's some private servers. I don't really keep in the know of what all their names are and stuff, but and then TBC Classic's doing another wave, but I don't see how that's gonna compete with MOP. And I really don't like TBC, so I won't play TBC. I'm down to do some twos dirt. I whispered you. Yeah, I think I'll probably still play T-build. I don't think Rotten is worth it. I don't think Gorma is worth it. I don't think Lethality is worth it. The game just feels so terrible without energy regen. And T is probably like the only big damage modifier left because they didn't touch T at all in the balancing, which is weird. You would think they would have nerfed T also to give you more of a reason to play Subterfuge. It sucks that Sub is like forced to play without Vanish. I don't know, maybe damage would be so piss poor that we could drop Supercharge. Or just Rupture bots anyway. I mean, you do 0 damage without Supercharge. It is like the most important talent, sadly. It is impossible to drop Supercharge or 7 combo point right now. Without literally like halving your damage. Like for reference, in season 1, I was memeing around playing, well not memeing. I had a rogue that only had outlaw gear, and I was playing sub in full outlaw gear. And I literally did more damage with supercharge as full haste sub rogue with like 40% mastery than I did playing 0 haste with supercharge over this build. Like this build with full mastery did less damage than a full haste build with supercharge. Like it is pretty much all of your damage now. Which sucks, because it's like too important to have the middle row make you neglect somewhere on the tree. But yeah, you can't get rid of 7 combo points either. 7 combo points is massive. So the update's pretty trash, but I think it's a heading in the right direction, but it's a nerf. Which is stupid, to nerf a B tier spec that it literally has 2 people playing in the world at high rating. And we're just soloed in the opener. Pops aggro, because they can do whatever they want. Finish my stacks. Stars aligned 1 million crit, because I'm not playing supercharge. Can't sap this because I'm just peeled. He solos me on accident with Thunderstorm. I actually got a 1.5 without super. Can't sap that down to see it's a re. He doesn't. So we'll plug in the lightning, I guess. I fainted this 40% damage reduction. Trinket. Yeah, Monk's got a slap on the wrist. They're still the best melee besides Warrior. Celestial change does nothing. Like, they need another 20 or 30% on Slice. We got bubble there, so I guess I'm not gonna slice. Actually, I'm still gonna blades. Even though it's terrible. I need to farm the dance charge, and we're dead here anyway. And I wanted it to line up with unused trinket. Well, he's only 60 million ahead of me instead of 100 million. I think Warrior is still better than Windwalker, just in terms of tankiness, mobility, and amount of peels. Warrior Fear is a whole nother DRFCC. Intervene is broken. The new Zerker Shout is broken. Warrior just has more it can do. Blade Storm bugging and putting yourself on stun DR. There's also something to be said for Windwalker having to use their mobility to do damage now. So they do RP walk a little bit. Fury Warrior has pretty much constant uptime. Yeah, you have to go Gnome to get out of roots, but they, you know, are more on a target with Charge and Heroic Leap than a Sub-Rogue or Windwalker can kind of be, yeah. The only melee that can truly stick on a Hunter, Mage, or Devoker, though, is Feral. That's like the only infinite mobility melee. Most melee RP walk now. Yeah, Warrior is the most popular melee. It has the highest representation. There's already like 50 Warriors above 21 or 2400 or whatever, compared to like 5 or 8 Rogues. I forget the number, but Windwalker and Warrior are like pretty much 80% of the melee at high rating right now. You combine them both. Maybe not 80, but more than half if you combine them both. Maybe even over half just singularly from Warrior. But it does seem like ranged are doing a little better this season. It's not 4 melee every single time. But it's still like, you know, Warrior Windwalker like half the time or more. I would still give Feral S. At like low S. I don't think they're as good as Warrior or Windwalker. Yeah, I think Warrior is the most popular melee, and I think it is better than Windwalker. It just has too much dampener utility. Shouldn't have trinketed, I guess. Hoping to restun his trinket before he feared me, but I faint for this, I'm fine. There's Spec. Look fear. It will. Take that. Yeah, drop that. Ulti pen off. Getting feared, I have no cloak for it. Tapping early before I get peeled. Gonna resap. Got trinket swap. On the CDs. Survival is S, I think, right now. Right now, I'm just playing no supercharge, which is terrible. I'm capped at like 1 to 1.5 million of this. So I'm just messing around with talents every couple games. I'm not that excited for them. I think they're a step in the right direction, but it is just dumbing things down more and making the rotation matter less. But it's a net nerf. That's what I'm not excited about. Not enough compensation. And they didn't really factor energy regen or kind of globals into the equation at all. Like backstab is still going to be terrible to press until it gives more combo points so that you're not spamming fan and knives. Interview didn't go as well as I wanted, so I'm still searching for something now. I was just in month limbo because it was like a really long process for this place. It was a really good opportunity. But now I'm just going back to taking whatever I can find. Starting like yesterday is when I heard the news finally. Yeah, still making best of my time right now, you know. Guy stays combat, I guess I don't get a sap. But yeah, it's about a 14 to 20% of this nerf. Obviously they're buffing Rupture, but they're just making you also just care less about Finality and Danse Macabre by just dumbing the rotation down more. I can't sustain myself. I went from making like $9 to $15 an hour to like making $2 an hour the last like 3 or 4 months. But yeah, if WoW was more popular and I could get insta queues all day and like Sub Rogue was good and I was having fun, you know. Obviously I would prefer to stream. But yeah, I would need to be making double or triple what I'm making. For me to actually pay off credit card debt, actually have a savings account where I can budget towards taxes instead of just being underwater and then figuring out taxes at the end of the year every year. You know. Yeah, it's kind of just got away from me with just how much lower my income's gone and just how I've had to, you know. I gotta figure it out. I did like a balance transfer for like a 1 year, no interest, and now the interest is kind of keeping up. And that's not even counting school debt, you know, but I just did community college 2 year for computer networking, but yeah, I just don't see blowing up from arena. Just doesn't seem that possible. I'm looking right now, so. Cause yeah, like from Twitch and stuff, like I'm making like 800, 1200 a month, which isn't even my share of rent and food now. Without paying my credit cards. When I was making like 18 to 3K. She does like income verification stuff and makes like the low 20s, mid 20s. But yeah, if I was living on my own, there's no way I'd be able to afford anything in this economy. Our 1 bedroom is 1700. It's like $200 more than I could find, like $200 cheaper somewhere, but we kind of went to a nicer complex because we wanted fiber internet. But yeah. But honestly, like, just how expensive it is to move. Finding a cheaper place wouldn't even save us any money with how much effort it would be to move. And with where she's at in relation to her work and all that too. Even though she's mostly remote. She goes into office 1 day a week, but... By she, do you mean he? No, I mean she. People can be bi, man. Just be jealous that, you know, you get my spoiled, you know, Chinese cooking. She's not telling me to get off. It's, you know, she's just, you know, I'll be mad at you when you stop paying your share. And I'm paying my share right now, but obviously I'm racking up debt. So it's more of me just being responsible on my own. If anything, you know, obviously she's like nervous that eventually I won't be able to pay rent with everything getting worse and worse, but especially having to go to the hospital recently with no insurance. I haven't gotten that bill yet. So yeah, we'll figure it all out. Invasion of the Lake Sweep. We're actually just dead. Oh, we're fine. Oh, I closed that. People are weirded out of, you know, me getting my nails done and stuff occasionally or having long hair. People are just weird. Donation link? It's tied to my Twitch, but I can link it. Gonna blind go here. They're kind of spread out. Big Abyss. Big Secret. I can't zap that. Get lay on hands. Waiting till the end to kick that. I thought he would fake. I have one shot for the next go in 5. Gouge. I just kill without CC here. Oh, we actually landed CC too. Rage that. Get full hodged. Any of that? I don't know if I'll be able to sap this because I auto attacked him for a second, but maybe I can get the sap with bomb or he lines. Oh, he doesn't. If there wasn't the ROP, I would have had time to cheap shot bomb, and then the bomb might have bought me the extra half second that I needed. Waiting on sleep DR before I do the go. Gouge this guy, go stun healer. Big Abyss crit. Look at that. There's the Celestial, try to spread, but or already, so try to gouge, but I have it in 1. Got his celestial with it, or his slicing with it too. Just gonna blind Windwalker to live. He bops aggro. Nothing I can do now. He zooms, so. Sorry, Miss Mate. It's just 60 million to 100 million more damage than me every game. Might still one-shot him though, even though he hard counters me. Try to dodge that. Still hits me. Not in line to be dispelled on it. Get dispelled now finally, but my cooldowns are like over now, so. Take a Vis crit. Got Karma. Can't gouge the fist because it gives evasion. Gouge now. Maybe Shiv to help kite after the freedom. If I can do to help him. 3 walls offensively on CD. Gonna kidney him defensively. Bomb. Just so he wouldn't get bopped, but he already bopped. I forgot he doesn't have 2 bops anymore. Problem is we're just so yeah. What a fun matchup. But yeah, this is kind of the way I handle tips through Twitch. Since you were asking, but I do think the third parties like Stream Elements and Streamlabs and all that help a lot with chargebacks and stuff like that. Because the old Wild West days of like, you know, HTMLing your actual PayPal button were terrifying. Because someone could just give you 10k, take it back, and then you'd get like a 2k fee or whatever. It was crazy. But yeah. There you go, Zerk. I mean, I think classic PvP is dead too. The only thing we can hope for is that like OnlyFans dies completely, and that a future WoW expansion completely separates Arena from PV and gives you an actual like a server where you just create a max level character. I don't think MOP will last more than a season. You're still playing the same patch all 5 times, and it's just going to be locks every game. Go for a duel. I could go find people to gank. It's not separated at all. I'm talking about like class design. More so than just 3 PvP talents. I'm saying like completely different abilities and talent trees for PvP. Current talents, yeah. I think there should be one version of old school and one version of new school. But I don't think it should be vanilla versus TBC versus MOP versus, you know, SOD, you know. Like, it really should just be an old school WoW that is just a Kata plus, MOP plus. And you can put hardcore in that mode too, you know, like. It should be, you know, 2 different versions of WoW, not like 6. Oh, it's just hearing. Yeah, as we like sweep, I have to be careful. That's annoying that the gouge broke. I was gonna get a bomb flag there. Hopefully it dispels his karma out. I hit really hard there. I think we're just dead. I have to stun Monk first or he'll disarm me. He gets bopped anyway. They need extra trinkets on their team. Yeah, we just lose while he's bopped aggro. Cool that we've just fought this team like 20 times in a row. Like the most boring matchup. Literally been 3 times in a row. The guy just does 60 to 100 million more damage. That was the closest game that there was though, where I did within 30 million. But that's because he just fucked up his rotation horribly. And didn't stop a single one of my goes. And most of his plunder storms were single target and not both. Don't know if it went through. I didn't see anything. Let me check though. It should just go pop up on my stream automatically with like the alert. I don't see anything on my end. It's all good though. I honestly thought I missed that. Oh, there it went. I think. 50,
Enjoy
thank you
your
so much, man.
streams and always answering questions.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you, Deans. I don't know why it was so delayed, but there it goes. Appreciate it. It was louder than I normally have it, so it kind of jump scared me for a second because it was broken yesterday, so I had to like somehow fix it. For some reason, for whatever reason, my streaming software decided to ninja pause notifications. So I had to like DM everyone that subbed yesterday. Even though yesterday was a pretty slow day, it was like 8 hours for like 2 subs, but I had to DM both of them because I felt bad that it just didn't go through or like pop up on my screen, so like I ignored it yesterday. I don't know how I ninja sometimes turn the pause notifications on sometimes. I don't know if I'm like misclicking it with how I have my run ads set up. I have like the ad manager like right above it for when I want to hit snooze ads if there's like a game going on. But I can't. You only get a certain amount of snoozes per hour to like delay the auto ads that you can't control. Like trying to be tactical about it to make sure it doesn't go off mid like actual game. But then sometimes you just run out of snoozes. I try to get the ads to go during queue, but sometimes it just has to happen during a game and it sucks. Like, I don't know if you guys can see this, but like the way I have the ad manager right here, like the next auto ad's in 10.5, but like I could snooze it to 15. But I only have like so many snoozes per hour and they come back pretty slowly. But if I'm like in a game, but the mods were supposedly able to see above Twitch chat and run the snoozes themselves too. But yeah. You have any secrets to drive in the car? I upgrade the engine and I upgrade the tires. If you do all the races, you get a faster engine. And to get the faster boost, you go on the auction house called like Steam Boil. And then the tires for better drifting, you go to the work order thing, kind of how you craft gear. If diminish isn't working, you could try getting the War Within fix and see if that helps. It needs the exclamation marks like that to show up on CurseForge, but that might help. He died to an intervene eviscerate. He intervened a 3.6 mil abyss. Too bad the one-shot build is going away on Tuesday, man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Nerf sub? I mean, it is getting nerfed. What even is this arena, man? Like, what even is this fucking arena? I don't know. Paid actors. Yeah, Smaxon is just like Mom, can I have a Smexon? We have a Smexon at home. Maxon at home. You know? Flag breaks my gouge. Try to evasion disarm, didn't get it. Get stunned for your disarm for the next like 10 seconds. Hit priest a couple globals. Try to cloak the double fear. Finish my stacks. Try to kill the totem. Getting capped though. Getting recapped. Any of this. I have damage in 30. This has just been me playing like full cheese lately and shuffle. Because the normal build doesn't go as hot for me. Just don't have enough damage to close out games. I feel like an outlaw rogue if I play like the Calvish build. I definitely like the normal playstyle more in shuffle, but I feel like I need T and everything to kind of kill anything. But yeah, it's just 30 stack flag, finality, darkest night. And I'm playing symbolic instead of lingering. So you can kind of get these like 3.5 mil eviscerates, but I mean, I lost my last two lobbies at a zero win or 1 win. This is like the first lobby I've won after losing like 150 MMR. Let him stormbolt me and everything. Free everything. Go tab dot everything. Brethren's ending soon. Farm flag stacks with slice. Cancel my slice to do another one. Yeah. I'll just get peeled. Still have 30 stack flag to swap this guy though. That bricks. Farm this guy's CDs. Trinkets disarm. I have a left pick there. I'm just dead here. Defensively blind warrior to live. Priest gonna life swap relic. I have damage in 10. Do a non-maxed out of this for finality. I don't have DRs for anyone but Shaman though. Could just try to one-shot Shaman. Nah, it's good field. That's game. Unless he solos the warrior. That swap. Come on, dragon and warrior. Kill something, thank God. And everyone's gonna complain about sub this lobby because it's the first round, the first lobby I've gotten 4 wins so far today. We loved our nice little 1 win and our nice little 1 win back to back. What's up here, maybe? 1 dig the dragon. Kill fiend. One stack, got 2 stack, got all 3. Time stops. It's gonna break. Guess I have a fire breath. Nope, look for the fly stun. Take a vis crit. I don't care this DR, but gotta finish my stacks really bad. Have to be careful about not auto wasting my T. Healthy game design. As I just died air. Good link. Pinion 1. Can win with this. Have all my damage finally playing. Take Spirit Bloom 0.1. I can gouge a trinket in 1, it's almost off CD. Cloak in 2. Banded the Stormbolt, 40% damage reduct, it's not enough. Got the cloak off. Killing a rando cheap shot. Good swap. I'd vanish in half a second when I died there. Crazy, they didn't peel me on like either flag. That's a reflex work? What do you mean? If you want to like see more info, you hold shift when you mouse over a game. Tap 1 null. Tap twice. Tap thrice. They overlap stun and disarm. Disarm this guy's CDs. Kick Spirit Bloom. Guess I have to vanish because I'm getting soloed by a warrior. Look at this. 0.1 Spirit Bloom again in a sec. Actually, I'll kick. I have no step to kick that. Get slept. Painted this 40%. Actually, no, I didn't. Kick to sleep though, and silences it too. No disarm for 15. Book the Fire Breath Purge. Done everything. Fuck it. The poison's expired. Who needs them? I'm disarmed anyway. Or I was, but finish my stacks. I have one shot in 10. He has Disperse, and we still have Link, and we still have Swap. So I'm the one that CDs up. He gets Nillies. I'm not playing Subterfuge, so it's really hard to get Nillies off. Free flag. Get Stormbolt 0.1 on my flag and do a disarm. Cancel Aura Slice, so I can reapply Slice to still do stuff while disarmed, basically. I need to spend combo points for flag. 3.1. Disarmed again. Kidney off that. No disarm for this guy's CDs. Evasion and Feint. Crazy Dam Reduct deck. Evasion also gives Dam Reduct. Try to kill in a rando gouge. He gets the Hex. I have no dance charges to do anything. I'm still disarmed. It's done now that the intervene's over. He's just died, man. Crazy. Slice Dice auto applies on Abyss. You miss Shadowlands? I don't really miss any post-Legion expansion more than one another. They're all PV expansions to me. Shadowlands still comes to mind with having to do chores in the Maw, having to do chores in Korthia, having to do Choregast, stupid trinkets like Resonator and, you know, Maledict, you know. Not that much of a honeymoon period just because Sub-Rogue is viable consistently in Shadowlands. As opposed to saying, like, you know, Sub being the default PvP spec for, like, Kata, Mop, and WoD. It's a little easier to get flag off with Gouge. Now that Gouge doesn't insta-break, you can Gouge flag. But I don't always play it, and I won't play it next week on Tuesday when they nerf all the burst. Like a 20% of his nerf. They're like having all of the modifiers and then like buffing it. Like they're nerfing 40% worth of modifiers and then giving you 25 back for free. They're trying to make you care less about doing the rotation perfectly to like dumb it down more. So that if you just go without like Macabre or like go without like Finality, it doesn't matter as much. But overall, they're nerfing the modifiers more than they're compensating. And then they're just giving us 20% backstab that does nothing, 20% Shadow Strike that does almost nothing, and then 25% Rupture that does something. So it's like a Rupture buff of this nerf. But they just don't want people to play the one-shot build. So like I'll drop Symbolic, go back Lingering. Won't play Flag. You'll still be Avissing over 2 mil. It's just, yeah, you're just going to be more run around Rupture Patty. Gloomblade could be viable. No, Gloomblade is trash. Even with 20% more on Trickster and 20% more crit damage on lethality, and 20% more crit damage on Trickster, with the buff, it's still gonna be under like 500 out of like 12 million, 13 million when people get more gear. And it's still only gonna give you one combo point. So you're gonna wanna be spamming Fan of Knives anyway. It's more energy efficient. And more global efficient for combo points. I have 40% feint for this. Holding me down. Oh, nice. I'll try to see it when after a while. It's just pretty far up, so I can't peripheral vision it mid game. Guy emotes me when he fakes his first clone of the game. That's crazy. Guy stays combat, so I can't sap. Drop it out. He dropped combat after my dance ends. Yeah. I have 40% feint for this. Maybe I should emote him because I feinted every single stun. We had to just go play around cloning instead because of that. First stun I didn't get feinted for. Feint the restun though, the one that matters. Evasion the restun. That was a good fake though. That one actually was like 90% cast. All those other fakes are just a waste of time. I don't have multi-stun for this go, so he's gonna kick the sleep, but I can just blind sap. Get bubble. Might be dead soon because I fucked up my feint. Not really. I mean, it's a step in the right direction, but they didn't do their math correctly. It's still a nerf. And there's even a 200% backstab change might not be enough. I think Shadow Strike needed like 40, and then backstab needed like over 100 plus an extra combo point. No, 500 would be a little ridiculous. Like right now, if you go like full Versa, you know, Trickster, Lethality, you know, if you went every modifier for that, you could maybe get like a 500k out of 12 million backstab right now. Instead of it being like capped at 200k right now. But like backstab should cost more energy. give you an extra combo point, and hit 400, 500k. And then Shadow Strike should be hitting like 800k or more. We're at, you know, they're both criminally under. Like, the goal right now is never backstab. You only want to spam Fan of Knives. Yeah, 20% does nothing. That 280 is going to be like 320 or something. Well, I forgot to go this time. Asa is the best rogue spec by a lot. It's not even close. Got triple the representation. Easier to play. It has more CC, more sustained DPS. Also has multi-million burst. Accidentally kills people it's not even targeting with bleed execute. Bleed execute also still bugged, goes through half the defensives in the game, like life cocoon and giant priest shields and stuff like that. You can kind of cheese with flag just because you can use it with gouge, but I won't play it on Tuesday when the nerfs come in. I wouldn't put Asa as like an S tier auto win a tournament melee though. The best melee in the game right now are Windwalker and Warrior. And then Rhett also is getting big buffs on Tuesday, and Rhett counters Rogue really bad in Shuffle too. I'll open first even though it's bad. Okay, we got both of us trinketed at least, so it's a pretty fair opener. The main difference though is that I didn't actually blades, so I'm very ahead. What? Okay, I just threw the game. Not sure how that broke. Non-maxed out of this because I want finality, and I also want to build a secret tech. Might be dead here. Blades no trinket. I just fucked this up by not playing disarm. Yeah, we survived, so. Not having disarm kind of sucks right now. Nah, Warrior is undisputedly the best by a lot. It's not even close. Painted this, should be okay. Non-blades go, and I have 40% paint, and I'm an orc. Yeah, he doesn't even get me below 90 until the last cheap shot. Now it's my turn to one-shot him. He faints mine also, but I don't think he's playing big feint. I think I had disarm more than Ev though. Trinket swap. It's awkward that we triggered it and time stopped me, but as long as he doesn't get soloed, then he might. No gouge or anything to peel. No dance charge for like 20. Why did he break my gouge, man? Yeah, I'm fine. I break my own shit. I thought I was far enough away. I'm off stun DR right now. He wants to do the go. As soon as he stuns my healer after the nullies, I'm gonna vanish. Nullifyings are ending now. He's gonna go. I should have banned. I knew it was coming. The emeralds should be okay. He doesn't have bomb for the emerald. Go without CC. They're at net and nerf. Even Calvish thinks it's a nerf too. But I think it's more the step in the right direction, but they just did the math incorrectly. Like, you need almost a doubling of backstab and an extra combo point on backstab. And then Shadow Strike probably needed 40 to 60. And then I don't even think Rupture needed any tweak. Right now, it's just basically a 20% of this nerf. If you do the math on all the modifiers. Like, if you want them all written out, right? And they're not touching T at all, which is weird. But yeah. I don't know. It's just every time they try to compensate anything, they just completely do the math wrong. Like, what they're buffing is such a small return, you know? Like, oh no, your 280 stars aligned backstab crit is gonna be like 340 or something, you know? Or 360, you know? Out of 13 million. As people start getting more gear. GG. That was terrifying. I didn't have disarm on. I thought you had me to go. I blinded you. But I didn't have disarm. I mean, the build dies on Tuesday, but it's pretty fun. Because you can gouge flag and it doesn't break. Yeah, you need to go symbolic too. And I'm like full master with like NG goggles and stuff. But my highest abyss I've seen was like 3.5. I think I got a 4 million once. But it was like a leather with no Versa. But what did I get on you? Yeah, I got a 3.8. I don't think I think it's a net nerf. So, but like, it also is like a net dumbing down. So like for the worst of the worst players that aren't really doing the rotation correctly at all, there's less stakes. Because like doing the rotation wrong fucks you by like 20% instead of fucks you by like 60%. If that makes sense. There's just less at stake. I have the new illusion, yeah. It's called Jackpot. It's pretty mid. We find a plain dagger. Another brown enchant. Perfect rotation. Counting your finishers and lining up your Deathstalker stacks so that you get your Darkest Night Abyss crit buff to line up with Finality, and then also re-symbolsing for another 18%, and then also having T, and then also having Supercharge. And then also potentially stacking Flag if you want to do like the big one-shots. Normally you just play without Flag and you do this, and you're just only lining up Darkest Night and Finality and Supercharge and T. But yeah. Yeah, the glide mounts aren't that great, Austin. Yeah. What happened? Just the chat ban? No, it's basically the same game as Dragonflight, almost. Not that much changed. Just the health numbers are giant again. It's the same as Season 1, just a little bit different with the colors, obviously. I'll open first again, even though it's bad. Someone's got to get the game started. Gouges my feint off. That's a good MC. Yeah, symbols and T and stuff you kind of macro. Like, you obviously want them bound on their own as well, though. I might be dead here. He gapped his stuff, we're chilling. My gouge broke, what's that one? Evasion just disarm. Didn't feint this, a little scary. Didn't get the sap trinket that I wanted, but I'm off stun DR in 3. I'm gonna disarm Rogue now that I'm off stun DR. And now I'm just gonna run. I have to be careful if I backstab, I'll auto T. I don't want to waste this ulti. That was the one go I didn't have trinket for. So now I'm safe. He goes into my feint. Really good. I had the 40% damage reduct for the first half of that. Big double feared. I'll trinket this even though it's kind of bad, but he already used his blades, so I just don't want us to die. Cancel slice so I can keep farming combo points while I'm disarmed. So one-shot this guy after this. I have 5 seconds left of blades. Step can use my evage. Coming off stun DR. Gouges me. Here's the go with no trinket. Not blades though. I have damage in 10. I'm just gonna wait. I don't need to do a go right now. But yeah, pretty much every finality there, or every Darkest Night, I'm lining up with finality. Thoughts on the sub change? It's a net nerf. One-shot build is completely dead, and then the normal build is basically just trading 20% of this for 25% rupture. Which, obviously, percents of a small number are way worse than percents of a big number. Losing 20% of 2 million is obviously way worse than losing, or than gaining 25% on 300k. So. Same with gaining 20% on something that caps out at 280k. Or gaining 20% on something that caps out at 500, 600k. I think they're just dumbing it down so people don't really try to make the rotation fancy. No more like, oh, I'm trying to do a 1 point of this to make finality line back up. Or, oh, I'm trying to, you know, throw in a random black powder so that, you know, I always line up Darkest Night and finality. They just don't want people tweaking the rotation. They want it to just be builder of this, builder of this, builder of this, 3-button. Less like fancy pads of like, you know, trying to set up a giant of this. And more just go to sustain DPS. Which dumbs it down because then you don't really care about finality, you don't really care about Danse Macabre, you know, like the Danse Macabre. You just kind of YOLO send. But yeah, overall, if you do the numbers of all the modifiers, it's about a 20% of this nerf. If you're symbolic, 14% of this nerf if you're lingering. 14 and 22. But here's all the numbers. That'll leave Asa end up having more burst than sub while already having more sustained DPS and having a whole nother DR of CC. And not having to screw over your damage or energy regen to play double vanish. I think Supercharge is just really bad design and it needs to go away. Honestly, just kill the whole middle of the tree and just put Cold Blood in the middle. And then buff everything. Like the damage is too tuned around Supercharge. It'd be really good if like if the energy regen talent was up here, but 150 energy. Kind of how it used to be, you know, in Shadowlands and Dragonflight. You just had 150 energy up here. And then Supercharge just completely got deleted. And then Abyss got buffed to compensate. And it was just Cold Blood going down the middle. Because it sucks having to pick between Subterfuge and Energy Regen or damage. When Asa and Outlaw don't have to make that choice. Yeah, there's complete 100% catch up. If you're late, you can get completely caught up on Conquest and Bloody Tokens. And there's no weekly vault or anything, so you're not behind at all if you're late. If anything, you're ahead, because a lot of people like to craft weapons to like power spike early. And week 3 is when you get the quest that gives you free weapons for hitting 2,500 Conquest earned. So a lot of people, they can't wait 3 weeks for a weapon. So if you could just grind your 2,500 Conquest out at week 3, you're ahead. Because you didn't waste like 900 potential Conquest points. Yeah, I did my heraldries on my main with weapons. I don't recommend it. My main is wrong. I didn't realize there was Conquest versus Mastery weapons. And I didn't realize you didn't get a piece at 1,600. So my main is completely fucked. Like, if you're gonna go for gear, go off my alt Larm. And this is like the correct way to gear. Is you craft both rings, you craft necklace, you do Conquest shoulders, you do Conquest chest. You hit 1,600, so you get a second catalyst charge. You turn both of them into tier. And then you do world PvP 2 pieces. Doesn't matter if it's bracers and or cape, plus gloves or belt. But you want to get a 700 piece and a 500 piece. And then, yeah, on week 3, you get free verse mastery daggers. Yeah, don't copy my main. Copy this rogue. Give them the opener again, even though it's bad. Oh, he holy warded the rogue this time. They're just gonna only try to go my dragon, I guess. There's the 2-1 to me. Farm call points. Cancel slice so I can reslice. So I can still farm points for stacks of flag. I should not have triggered this go, because it wasn't blades. But he might still be dead, actually. Getting chastised. He's gonna double fear here soon. Try to avoid the CC. Because if they go, he has blades. They just want to CC me, no trinket, so they can kill my dragon hunter though, no emerald. I don't get the sap because I'm dance charge starved, but try to cloak fear. I don't have it. I get chastised fear and my dragon's pride. He got the time stop. Hell yeah. He has to go me now. I get time dialed or rewinded. I'm probably fine. He gets MC'd actually. Maybe I'm not fine. The strat of them going my dragon more is a lot better for them. I think I might kill here. Through guardian even. Have a lot of damage. No, I don't. Got swap. And angel form. I'm off stun DR. We have nullifying stuff for 13 that he couldn't get off because he's playing T build, so it's a lot harder for him to get nullies off. We get chastised defensively into fear. Might be dead here. Yeah. Well, they take a game off. Yeah, it's a lot harder when they tunneled my healer because I'm just CC'd a lot. Classic number settings? Yeah, I can open it right now. I had to go into the Lua though to change the small hit number to have a higher cap. Make sure it doesn't show anything below 500k. Because by default it's like 100k is the max. That's probably something I should put on the Discord. Yeah, you go into your WoW folder, go into classic numbers, classicnumbers.lua, open it in Notepad. I think you just type filter. There's multiple filters. I guess you would just hit 99 and then just add an extra 9. Yeah, you would just control F99 and find these. But you want to do it to both of them. But yeah, it's in there somewhere. Oh, here's the other one. Small hits filter. Sub dispatch, it's weaker than it was last season. People are complaining about it, but like everyone that's playing it is like 50-50 win rate. Like it's not as good as Windwalker or Warrior. They're the best melee by far. Not yet, Ringba. I'm back to applying to everything I can because the superconductor didn't pan through. Just sucks that it was like a month process to get the no. It had way more advancement opportunity and way more pay. And I liked 12-hour shifts so that I could stream more. Having more days off. But I'll figure something out. Painted this, 40% dam reduct. It's just nice that you can flag with gouge. It's like a cheese build, but Calv doesn't play it. And I don't think this playstyle will be good on Tuesday. I'm okay with this clone. It's a free ice block. I've never seen that happen with cheap shot. You could just be getting searing glared by a paladin. So everything just misses. But the Shadow Strike one, yeah, it happens a lot. Sometimes you Shadow Strike someone and it just bugs and doesn't apply your hero talents at all. But yeah, it never happens with cheap shot for me, but it happens with Shadow Strike a lot in the opener. Where I don't get hit out at all, but it just randomly doesn't land. I don't get Find Weakness, I don't get Deathstalker marks, I don't get combo points. Like, I do the animation and that happens all the time, yeah. But I've never seen that happen with cheap shot. But it happens with Shadow Strike like 30% of the time. It's really annoying. I mean, I have low ping, I don't know. Ellies are all gaslighters and it's getting buffed next week, right? Or who knows? I don't think it's as bad as Suburb or H-Priest last season. Still like A or B tier, it's not like F tier. I've still seen them 60-0 people. They just have to cast a little more, I guess. Not completely remotely unviable, you know? It's just not a warlock or a mage. Or a hunter. Paint's a little weird because like I'm on stun DR for 10. But I want the casual stun reduction or the damage reduction. Okay with being cloned here. I'm AFK waiting anyway on CDs. He gets the bear off so they didn't have 2 steps. Oh, I was spamming DFA for that so I didn't faint. I thought I was gonna immune it. Kick penance right after the sleep. Focus shiv the priest. Try to gouge the clone. Block the clone. Omnis. Big Abyss crit. Evade aggro. I'm triggering this root. Fuck it. Blind that heal. Oh, I got it off. Painted this. 40% damage reduct. It's a dumbing down and a nerf. So it's less of a nerf to really bad players, but top end players, it's a 20% nerf on your properly set up go. 14% if you're not playing symbolic, which most people don't. So it's a 14% nerf for Calvish. If you do your rotation right. If you do your rotation wrong, it's less of a nerf, but. Making sure you're lining up Darkest Night with Finality. Hopefully he kicks this. The roots on my dance. That was a really good pick. That was like 90% in the cast. We're just dead. Getting soloed by the multi-penance. Tried to cloak the fear, but gets to sleep. I don't have a way to sap it. Have to gouge it then. Actually, I don't have gouge for one. Pick the clone. He gets the swap off because I wasn't there to gouge. I was hoping that backstab could 2-0 someone, but if it procced my hero talent and I got a rupture tick. I think we're just dead. Yeah. Pearl's completely peeled there, but didn't matter. If I had a way to sap that, we won, but like if I was Night Elf and I had meld, could have meld sap there, but I'm playing Orc. You can try to gouge flag, but yeah. I don't usually play flag. I'm just cheesing lately with it. Your sub feels bad, and that's like the main way to do damage, I feel like. Fine mob. I'll play like a season of it, but I don't expect it to last that long. I don't even think it'll be Gloomblade. You'll just play the same exact build with Lingering. And it's just, you know. Rupture will do like 50k more, and Abyss will do like 200k less, 300k less. Instead of being like a 2 mil Lingering Abyss, it'll be like a 1.8 mil Lingering Abyss. And then Backstab will do, you know, like Stars Align 340 crit instead of like 280. And Shadow Strike will do, you know, like 550 instead of 500 or something stupid. Like it's like Shadow Strike and Backstab are so terrible they need way more than 20. Like Backstab needs to be doubled and give an extra combo point. So that you're not just spamming Fan and Knives every single global. Like, I would love if Backstab hit for like 500k. I don't think that's that unreasonable. You can make it cost more energy. Proper way to use secret tech? You could try to wait till after you do an Abyss with deeper daggers and stack up Macabre. Do it after the first Abyss, but yeah. I mean, I don't think it's fine already. I'm like negative win rate in Shuffle, even though people still whine about it. How many unique abilities? This is going down in half too. When you get 1600, you get an item in your bags. Looks like a green little hellstone thing. And it'll give you an extra catalyst charge when you open it. Like Kuja something is the name of it. That'll give you a second catalyst charge. Does not give you any extra gear, just the charge. That's how I fucked up my main, because I thought I would get extra gear. So I don't have 2 set on my main. Try to bomb the swap. End up not even getting swapped now. He's stabilized on his own. Book this clone. Oh, he kicked it. I have faint for this. Goodbye. Won't be able to go sap that. Too spread out. Fainted that though. Next go is a Blades go. Don't like this because they're really spread out. We get Paints up anyway though. But it is Blades, I guess, so it's not a good trade. So I'd like to go both of them, but didn't faint this, might just die. No, it's not Inkguard. Nah, we're fine. We're doing a much better job of just being spread out the entire game. It's hard for me to actually go back and forth without 2 steps every go. Paint this. Finally, they let me play the game and do a go. Get the second paints up. Get my sap. Get a resap. I actually thought he would fake that. He's faked it 90% so many times. Guy's in my head. That was a good not fake. Every other time he fakes it 90. Might just be dead because they landed CC one time. As sub-rogue, min-maxing is literally everything, yeah. But also just the chest has really high mastery on it. Chest is really good. I've been telling people since the first hour of the season not to copy my main though. And then I didn't even push rating on my main so that people would see my ults on the armory. This is like the first season and 2 expansions where they made it to where you don't get a free 1600 piece. I just didn't read that in the patch notes. Better get the second rogue going. Because, yeah. I shouldn't even be playing my main, but... Because it's terrible. I'm just, like, trying to... catch up with the crafting gear. I figured I might as well play my main now while it's less bad than it will be. Because on, like, week 3, I'm royally fucked because I crafted weapons. But if I can, like, get world PvP pieces, then I get 2 free epics for no reason to, like, break even. Like if I can get 2100, get the gilded crests, and then craft like a max item level helmet, max item level legs, and then have all my world PvP gear, then it won't feel like I fucked up by crafting weapons. It's just week 2, I can't spend my points if I'm gonna save long enough to get 2-piece on chest. Yeah, I mean, generally the rule of thumb is never do your main first. And normally I follow that and do my ults first. But I just, for some reason, felt like playing my main. Yeah, you should have an ult, regardless, if you're gonna play Shuffle. Because Shuffle is literally just a gambling bracket, and you gotta do the leapfrog method if you don't want to go batshit insane. You just play your ult till it passes your main, then play your main till it passes your ult. Otherwise, you're just gonna yo-yo up and down multiple hundred at a time. Off of just, oh, I got a bad lobby twice in a row. Now I'm stuck in elo hell. 4 melee drooling on each other, 6 lobbies in a row till I can get some high-end wizards. I don't have a command for it yet. But here's really the math. It's overall a nerf. We're just getting, basically you're gonna play the same build, take a 14% of this nerf probably. To make, you know, Rupture do 50k more damage and Backstab do like 40k more damage. And Shadow Strike do like 40k more damage. Probably gonna lose a couple 100,000 on Eviscerate. That's our only button that does anything. I would have rather seen like a T nerf or like a, you know, moving 150, like moving energy back up here and making it a 1-point node for 150. Or making Backstab, you know, give it extra combo points so you're not spamming Fan of Knives. Or just deleting Supercharge entirely and then compensating. And just putting Cold Blood to be the middle row. Yeah, flag isn't good. No, you're still gonna play without flag, I think. It's just like your 2 million normal sustained DPS build of this is gonna be like 1.8 mil. And they're like dumbing it down a little bit. So people that do the rotation wrong, they get punished less for ignoring finality. Because they're just making each modifier worth less. Which can be okay in like the situations where you're double dancing back to back and you didn't have time to rebuild Macabre. And when you go from like 5-6 stacks of macabre back to like 2, and then you're like sending the big abyss on the second dance. Like those situations, it helps a little bit. They're really just dumbing it down so that you pay less attention to the modifiers. But yeah, probably just play the normal build, lingering. I mean, historically, RPS does good into Rogue Mage, so. End of this should be okay. Dead without blocking. 4.1 mil physical. Woo! That's some one shot right there. That's why that build's dying on Tuesday. We're going back to 1.8 mil baby dick eviscerates on Tuesday. We love a 30 stack flag supercharged thistle-teed symbolic darkest night. I think I missed no, I already said symbolic. And I missed finality. Can't even fit it all in one breath. He's only fallen for that once, though. I don't want to cloak here. I think we just swapped the shaman. Let him do what he wants with the mage. And we can swap back now, but... I have one shot in like 20, but it just both blocks. I was hoping we would like bait Shaman's Trinket there and then I could one shot him in 20. Gets MD'd out of the blind. I'm surprised we're not playing rep. I have damage in 5, but Mage is gonna block. I'm surely he's learned from his previous transgressions. Actually, I think he's dead, unironically. Never mind. One modifier expired. Thought I was gonna get like a 4 mil DFA there. Drop that. Maybe sap trinket. Charge just dead. I guess lay enhanced. Haven't gotten either block. I was gonna go shaman here. But mage has both blocks. This is our last go. He growed the trinket. I get swapped off and linked off. I'd click at 5, but wish we didn't blind the shaman there. We were like minutes away from killing mage. He still had like both blocks. No, this is probably just kill rogue. Nice wall. Now we could swap healer, I guess, for a couple globals. My stacks off so it doesn't break, still breaks. Waiting on sheep DR to blind go. Get the cog. Bomb that heal. Blind healer in a sec, but on his aura. Sheep cut his trinket. Not triggering. Lay on hands me, but I think I could have just cloaked instead. Fakes me. Painted this, 40% dam reduct, dying through it. Free lasso. Could just kind of go without CC here, I think. Random cheap shot is the CC. Couldn't disarm here because I'm still on stun DR for 5. Bad disarm. A one shot right here though. JK, I just configured global one of my fucking button. Nice. I think you do have to do some of the campaign, but for some stuff. Works of life and stuff, I think. Paint for this should be fine. Got a blind, but I'm just too far. I faint for this also. 40% damage the whole game. DR lasso for no reason. Another crit buff from killing the totem. Bomb that heal. I have one shot here. Too bad I get peeled by the mage. Hope I get a dispel or something so I can press. Almost every acid rogue I fought has like farmed me in shuffle. This is the first time I've beaten an Asa in a sub lobby. Usually they're like 40 million damage ahead of me. They're not buffs. It's actually a nerf. If you do basic math, it's a 20% of this nerf. Well, 14 to 22, depending on what build you play. That won't happen, but you know, we'll go from the one-shot build to the normal build and get capped at like a 1.8 mil of this, but right, can we get the asset on the board? I mean, if you think Backstab doing like 40k more and Rupture doing like 50k more is worth of this doing a couple 100,000 less, then yeah. But it doesn't change that much. Counter-Strike bugged and decided not to do anything. Love how that happens and messes up my rotation half the time. Oh, I blinded over that. That's bad. I'm gonna do stun blind sap. Push my stacks. I think I have to just try to solo the healer. As stupid as this looks. I got wall, I guess. Kind of soloing the mage while I split. It's not even the worst. I got lay. Got my stacks off. Kind of weird that I haven't let Blades and Flag line up this game, but it kind of like got me two different sets of CDs, so it wasn't the worst. New bug, I'm like stuck on Darkest Night the whole game. Oh, it finally consumed it. I did like 3 maxed out Abysses that didn't give me Darkest Night. Or didn't use the crit. I don't know, it was weird. The ball video? No, I haven't. Expensive smoke bomb for him to live. I think I have some 3s in like 30 minutes or so, hopefully. I don't really watch anyone's like YouTube content on WoW. 7 3s, yeah. I don't enjoy playing Outlaw and Asa that much unless there's like a tournament on the line. I like winning, but it's really boring. It just feels like I'm PvEing. And on Outlaw, the games are way too long and damp because you have no burst. At least with Asa, you still have burst, but not fun just running around tab dotting everything. I have no idea what that means. Couldn't tell. You're talking about like censorship of like swearing or something, or I don't know what you're saying. Oh, we got a short shuffle. Hopefully it doesn't decline. Oh, the drifting, yeah. I'm like the only PvPer in the game, I think, that has min-maxed the car. That's some tiz right there. I did the crafting work order for the improved tires. I did all the races for the improved engine. I did all of the engine. Yeah, it's the engine. I bought all the components on the auction house for like 100 gold for the better boost. Most people do the little slow drift permanently. I just, do the full speed drift until you wipe out. Gotta have something to do while you're in between queue, It's fun when you get all the upgrades. I'll try Mop again. I played it back in the day. I think it's a good game, but I don't think it'll last more than a season. Because Blizzard just really neglects retail and classic PvP. Hopefully I'm wrong, but I'd love for them to add a functioning LFG and functioning private server level solo queue that isn't shuffle. And get rid of inflation and just do decay above gladiator. And add honor gear to season 1 so ults don't get screwed. But I don't think they're gonna do that. Guess I'll open first, even though it's bad. Can't sap that because I'm just microed. Painted that, should be fine. Parry. I have paint. Oh, I don't actually have it. How scary then. Gouge after I kick priest again in a second. Sleep. Try to sap off the intervene. A half sap. Sub's getting nerfed. Even, yeah. Asla's much more popular and a lot better, but yeah. About a 20% of his nerf overall. Well, 22% if you play Symbolic, 14% if you play Lingering. Trickster might be good, I guess. I'm not sure. I might try Trickster just because of the Darkest Night nerf and Symbolic nerf. Not sure what pulled me out, but didn't feint this. Kind of sketchy. Feints up. Finish my stacks. Huge Abyss this guy. Controls the rogue, nice. 2 million overpower. Killed him through cheat test. I think he had evasion up too. Yeah, 20% nerf even with the blanket 25. But hey, Rupture will do like 50k more, and Backstab will do like 50k more. Worth, I guess, losing like 300, 500,000 plus of this damage on the non-one-shot build. The one-shot build will be completely extinct. Can't wait to do 350k backstabs out of 13 million. Can't stop the sleep. He's just soloing the warrior. Warrior parries. Evoker's off stun DR in 1. I'm in 5, but I have to blind warrior to live. Still dead. I'm in 1. DR disarm off that disarm. Rescues him out of my bomb. I have 1 shot for the next go. Probably Devoker. I actually was gonna 1-shot him in 5. Dragon healer OP? No. Disc is the best healer, and then Shaman, and then Monk. And that's what wins the round. I just get bleed executed through defensives. By 40-0 through Feint and Evage. Actually, the Feint didn't go off. Feint and Crimson Vial. Because Evage actually gives me a lot of damage reduction. It gives me 20% here and then another 20% here. Is it just a disc diff? Yeah. No, Prez is beating a disc. That's a glitch in the Matrix. Disc should just auto 6-0 the Prez. Didn't have Feint for this, no trinket. I just get domed, good. I haven't got the press gouge much this round. Gouge actually broke. Might defensively blind warrior just so I don't die this go. I have 1 shot. Just have to live here. Nice, let's get solid. Quick DR timer on party frames. I think it's just diminish the add-on. But you also need to get war within fix or it doesn't work always. Yeah, you want to get that and diminish. And that's also how I track my own stun DR above my defensive CDs. Crazy is like if you sort by like healers above 21 or 2400 or whatever, it's like 40% disc right now or 60%. Like it is the entire shuffle bracket right now. Which I like priest metas, you know. Just unfortunate that they're nerfing disc instead of just buffing the other healers. But I guess the game does feel a little too damp, even though there is a lot of random one-shots right now. Tuning is really weird. It's extremely damp, but it's also one-shotty. It's just how much downtime there is between the one-shots, I guess. It just needs to be more action in the middle. How you doing, Scuba? What flavor did you get? Not yet, no. The superconductor ended up, like, process tech roll ended up being a no after a month of limbo trying to get it. So now I'm back to just apply to everything under the sun mode. I waited a couple weeks. I didn't want to start something for like a week. Just sucks that there was that long of a process. I gotta get the ice cream flavor I got the other day when after my birthday dinner. I don't do ice cream much. I'm more of a gelato person, but I ended up getting a pint of because I tried the sample there of cornflake cookies with Marionberry jam. It's basically Captain Crunch cereal as ice cream. It broke my brain. I was like, what the hell? But yeah, really, really fucking good. Ret buffs are huge, yeah. Ret's like a Apex Predator to Sub-Rogan shuffle. Getting all the elo hell for melee lobbies where Ret's just prop pallet up and just, you know. If Ret's popular, it's definitely pretty bad for Rogue. Even though like high end threes you counter it like in like an RMP environment, but in shuffle, like it's just like, you know, trinket sank, bop sank, bubble sank. They just give so many more trinkets to their team. And getting lay on hands in like a 2-minute round. It is Costco organic cranberry juice, you know. Hobo in it. I bought it months ago on sale and yeah. It's usually that or like the mango juice. And then we got the ninja slushy and you could just, you know, slushify anything. Actually super OP. Get some of the Costco mango juice, put it in the slushy maker. Mango juice meta is the meta for sure. I don't hate the new map that much. It's not great. It's not horrible. It's not Mugambala, you know. Not Black or Cold. It's just a less balanced Blade's Edge because double jump classes like Dragon and DH can just like abuse. Like if I draw it out, right? Here's the map. And then we got like I might position the ramps wrong. Oh, that's a way skinnier ramp than it needs to be. Like this area right here, where you can just spam double jump up and down. Melee are like, fuck, you double jumped. I have to go all the way around every time. And then they just jump down again, and then they just jump back up again. And it's like infinite Warlock port. Like double jump classes, just being able to jump up because the platforms aren't tall enough is some bullshit. But outside of that, it's basically just a clone of Blade's Edge, but a little smaller and shittier pillars. But honestly, at least there is a pillar. Blade's Edge is always cancer because it's just a game of tug of war, even with the side ramps. And whatever team just camps these little side rails gets to have a pillar while the other team is stuck here with no pillar. And it's like, you know, that's always shit. Whatever team is just dampening has a gigantic advantage in Blade's Edge. But yeah, the new map, you know, it's not as bad as Mugambala, but it's not as good as a Nagran, Tiger's Peak, Ashamines, obviously. Not a fair, neutral map that still has an interesting new take. And for whatever reason, it's buggy. Whenever I go out the right side, I get pulled out of stealth to nothing, and it like procs subterfuge. Like if you kind of draw it out again, right? When I like go like this, I get pulled out of stealth right here every time. I don't know what it is, but I get pulled out of stealth if I ever go this way. Don't get AoE, don't get flared. My subterfuge just procs. It's happened to me like 50 times. I don't know if it's like the smoke little cloud or whatever. Like, I don't know. If I get it in a twos game, I'll show you, but eyeballs is just shuffle, I think, yeah. I've never had that bug happen on my Windwalker. I mean, yeah, sometimes you get rooted on it and then it goes on CD, but or like CC'd on it. Ugh. Might have threes really soon, hopefully. Well, I might have it now if no Zum's back. I'm Discording them real quick. Doesn't appear to be on Discord though, or Battle.net now. Told him we had games in 45 because yeah, we were looking for a healer an hour ago. I said I had something in 45. Yeah, he's not on now. Overall, it's like a 20% of this nerf. And Rupture, Backstab, and Shadow Strike aren't really that buffable. They're too low. Yeah, Windwalker and it's just absolutely insane right now. Same with Warrior. I don't know if I have nose on. I might have to find something else. Yeah, I ruined my drift. That's so rude. He dies for that. Killing him through karma. Don't even care. No one messes with the drift. Guy should have played an orc. Ruined drift equals die swift. I gotta find something else. I think Nozome's just gone. I'd say Warrior is the best of those. Three is the easiest to play. And it probably has the most comps and the best shuffle. Windwalker's fun, but it can be frustrating. You're like stuck RP walking at a lot of things like hunters and dragons and stuff like that. But Monk is really satisfying too sometimes, you know, when you get like the ROP double leg sweeps and stuff like that. So hard to find threes right now. Should be prime time soon. Like even Discording people right now that aren't on. But I have a healer, which is the hard part usually. There's just no mages or boomies or warlocks that aren't off or not queuing. You watched the Palomar Cabal video yet? No. I don't really watch other people's YouTube content. Occasionally, the algorithm will autoplay a Venruki video while I'm like doing chores and stuff, but it's just, you know, wireless headphones, background noise, but I don't really watch anyone's content on YouTube. Should, but it gives me more of an idea of what's going on, but I just stop in people's streams occasionally and stuff like that. Or get a lot of news on like Twitter and Wowhead and stuff. I guess Wowhead doesn't post on Twitter or anything anymore. They went just blue sky only, so I had to follow MMO Champion on Twitter for random news about things. Maybe robots is down still. Like the Calv? I haven't really played with Calv since like Dragonflight 2s. With like Rogue Devoker, I think. Oh, I think we played in a tournament together in Shadowlands. Because we randomly had two rogues on the same team. It was like a meme YOLO play for fun team with Robin. None of us had a team. And we just both alternated kind of playing, and then Robin's internet went out, and we did better with Calvish Priest than we did Robin. With him not having his UI set up correctly or do it. Yeah, it was pretty funny. It was just like her power went out, and he just fucking logged disc with none of his enchants or gear, like talents and stuff set up correctly. He just YOLO'd it. And we ended up like winning. And then yeah. I think that's like the only time I've played threes with Calv. It actually was like Shadowlands. But like I've done twos with them and stuff, but I don't think I've done any War Within threes with him that I could think of. I am not a member of the Cabal. I don't get the Palomar free carry special. But I think you know, as much as everyone memes on meta, there's definitely multiple Cabals, and there's definitely an anti-sub rogue Cabal of people that just like pre-complain no matter what, or misread every single change and just assume it's like an Omega buff. You know, like the super teases and stuff. Like you could literally give sub rogue no gouge, no cheap shot, and give it less damage than a healer, and super tease would still put sub S tier. But the anti-sub rogue Cabal is real. That is like next expansion. Season 3 is losing gouge. And then Midnight is going to be losing Sheep Shot. And then they'll give Outlaw spam between the eyes stun again. They'll make between the eyes stun for no reason. And it'll be completely okay if Outlaw spam stuns everything. You play League? I was like Masters in like the earlier seasons as Riven, but like 6 to 8 and stuff. But yeah. Well, like High Diamond, but like Masters MMR. Or they like expanded on Masters and stuff. No, I just can't find a third or get a shuffle pop. I need something. Favorite WoW expansion? In hindsight, much as I hated it back in the day, most people are gonna think this is fighting words. Probably WoD. In hindsight, there's zero version of WoW that is balanced at all. Like WoD with Disarm and Arresto Druid nerf would be a great game. And no combat rogue. Thank you. WoD sub was very fun. So it was just mop sub, except for you got to actually play Shadow Step instead of Burst of Speed. And you still had Garrote, you still had one dance. It was less warlocky because of all the turbo cleaves. The thing with Wrath is you just end up with just only Holy Pallies and LSD. And it still has PV gear in it. Wrath is great in a private server environment where you take care of it and you get rid of the bullshit. But Sacred Cleansing single-handedly ruins Wrath. Like, RNG does not belong in the game. Oh, my game-winning fear just decided to resist because he dispelled someone. XD. Oh, we're running away for 40 minutes straight spamming Gouge because, you know, can't go toe-to-toe. I don't know, the community really ruined Wrath. There's no place in the game for resists. And there's no place in the game for PV gear. So that rules Wrath out. Then in Kata, still PV gear. Class design is very good in Kata, though, if there was no PV gear. Outside of, like, triple DPS being viable. And then Mop is just, since we're playing late Mop only, it's just a Warlock fest. Windwalker lock, Hunter lock, LSD 1, 2, and 3, which is Lock Ellie, Lock Boomy, and Lock Feral. FLS is basically LSD 3. But yeah, it's all the LSDs, Hunter lock, Windwalker lock. But like, I don't think Warlock and Rogue lock are on those levels, but Mage lock is up there. And I just hate burst of speed. And Monk is disgusting. It's just a cheater class with Orb bot. And then, you know, Monk's having a whole extra second trinket for no reason on Nimble Brew is annoying. And then Mistweaver having the whole dematerialize thing. That might be gone, though, in late mop. I forget when dematerialize got removed, but... I hard disagree with that take on wrath balancing. There's literally just a couple comps. It's just RMP putting in 20,000 times the effort to try to beat some terrible LSD or Thunder. That's just private servers where people are just more willing to play YOLO stuff and them having solo queue too. But if there's a tournament, like really clear what the meta is on Wrath, it's very solved. But yeah, I think everything post Legion is just WoW 2 with you know, the different animations, different graphics, different mindset on class design because Mythic Plus forced them to give every class insane amounts of AoE and make every class way more cooldown based where your damage graph is just this instead of, you know, having a nice graph of just, you know, like going all over the place. There's no, you know. I think Legion onward is kind of what ruined every single class for class design. And also just ruined the animations. Like not being able to play old school undead and stuff. Wrath and TBC is just, can you keep Mortal Strike up? Especially in TBC where you're just spamming Shiv and like switching to 2 wound weapons while you're getting spam Abolish Poison. That's also just HPAL spamming Dispel every global too for Sacred Cleansing and stuff. And just half your stuns resisting every game. Like most people put Mop as their favorite. I think if you had to build the perfect game, it would be a WoD Kata hybrid. Mostly more Kata than WoD, but just get the PV gear out of there. Keep a couple of the good spells that came out in Mop. I think I did see it when it first came out, but not in theaters or anything. Like when it first went like public or whatever. Shuffle declined, of course. Eventually we'll get to play the video game. Second Wind was disgusting. I am playing T. Having fun. I mean, what else is there to do, man? The Shuffle Gods don't want me to play. I have a healer and we can't find a DPS. I just want to play World of Warcraft right now and not be in Viewer 2's jail. I did my time today already, you know? I don't know if I'd call Dirt Games Viewer 2's, but even though he's not like a Glad or a rank 1 yet, but I want to help him get Glad some season. Depends how much IRL I'm doing this season. Want to play Kata? Because I don't really want to raid for like 5 months to get viable gear. to just win because of said stupid gear, and then fight over like 5 rank 1 spots against Europeans. And also just not be able to stream every day because I have like 5 people I like playing with, and there's no functioning LFG or solo queue. Probably Chan. Like, I've played with Chan a few times. It's always like auto win fun. Do whatever you want. He just 2v3s every game. Yeah, it's unfortunate that he's retiring also. Chanimal. Adam Chan. Dude, he should have... Did he ever name a warlock Adam Chandler? That would have been hilarious. I don't know why that just went to my head. If he hasn't, he has to unretire just to do that. Yeah, he's retiring from competing and streaming. I mean, he's been winning all the tournaments on Waz's team for multiple expansions now, sitting on the bench. They never even need to use him. They just pull him out when they need him for like a game 7 or something. I'd say like the chillest people I played with though, or just some of the Europeans, like Botan and Leaksy. Like Leaksy was like the chillest dude ever, and he just hard carried so hard. I think the hardest I've ever been carried in my life was playing with men Leaksy together in WoD. It was insane. Even though they forced me to go burst of speed against my consent and will. But it was a whole different game. I learned so much playing with them like 2 times when they were just playing on an A. It was great. Positives of retail PvP. It's something I've put 20 years into because it's very unique. No other game offers the movement and CC options and tug of war, or not tug of war. The concept of interrupts versus fake casting. No other game has, you know, a smooth interrupt fake cast type system with a crowd control based, you know, game. Like most MMO type stuff, it's almost more of a MOBA where you just jump on someone, you spam some 1-second CCs, and, you know, and you have a 10-second team fight, or maybe you have like a 2-second CC chain on someone. Or you get some Eastern Asian MMO style fighting game wombo combo where you just keep some guy in the air for like 40 seconds. There's no in between. No other genre has even remotely close to what Arena has. But Blizzard only does good things on accident. Same with how they fumbled Warcraft 3, you know, mod becoming Dota and League, you know, with MOBAs in general coming from a Warcraft mod that they fumbled. And then them trying to do Heroes of the Storm. Like when they try to do something, they neglect it. Which is why they just need to like buy a private server studio and say, hey, you made Arena better than we did as just like 2 rando Scandinavian dudes. And we can't do this as a, you know, $1 billion corporation. Multi-billion. You know, we're just gonna buy you out for a couple $100 million, make your own arena game completely separate as arena of a PvE experience and PvE class design. They should have taken that approach 15 years ago, and then just let them make their own arena server, and it would have been great. Kind of a day late, dollar short at this point, but like Arena used to be one of the OG MLG esports with Halo back in the day, before they fumbled, making a spectator client for Cataclysm. All they had to do was implement real best of one melee range healer solo queue 15 years ago, and add cross faction 15 years ago, and make sure there was no PvE gear 15 years ago. And it would have been great. And give you, max level characters that just can't do PvE content, that are just stuck on PvP Island, and give you a dual area that resets your CDs. And, it would have actually kept the player base. I'm a firm believer of if PvP was handled right and didn't put such a sour taste in people's mouth, feeling like second class citizens for decades, that if they had given PvPers everything they wanted 15 years ago, it would be like a 60-40 split with PvE, instead of it being like a 99.9 to 0.1% split. Or maybe like 5%, where they're like 4% of PvPers are just BG heroes, and there's like not even 1% of the player base arenas anymore. Like NA and EU combined, there's probably not even 600,000 arena players anymore. Way less than that, probably even. Half the rank 1 spots are fake because of the alt thing, which is a good change, but it kind of hides participation problems. Thing is, you're not stuck on an island if you're just free range world, battle royaling, respawning, kind of like knife surfing in CS. If you're just, having the island be, chill or dueling people or just run around battle royaling in between your, oh, I got a double DPS queue. Okay, I got another double DPS queue. Back to world PvP. Oh, now I got a healer for the threes queue, and there's just no downtime. Like, I've just been chilling talking to you guys for 37 minutes. Let that sink in. Just nostalgia over things, there should never be more than even 3 minutes of downtime or the game is like not playable. Especially for people that like come home from work or come home from school, or there's no excuse to even do more than like 10 laps around here without having some kind of content to do as a PvPer. And that's not just to make healers have more, fun, be more overpowered, be more overrepresented kind of thing to just force people to want to heal. It's just, there needs to be better world PvP content. An actual world PvP island, that's made for PvPers and not like a PvE island. As much as people like the nostalgia over like Timeless Isle or, Isle of Kuldanis or anything like that. Those are still PvE isles with PvE dailies. I mean, you could do double DPS 2s with shit rewards as just a ranked skirmish that doesn't give you glad, doesn't give you elite, doesn't, you could still have it be something. And I think if people were forced to try, they would actually make it work. There's been people that have played non-rogue comps. There has been people that played like Demo Shadow Priest and it worked in 2s for a while. I mean, prize money wouldn't fix where class design is right now. It would just make the very few people that aren't fought them go fought them. The problem is like Blizzard inherently imbalances their game. There's never been a season that's ever been balanced. For whatever reason, they have some kind of analytic or statistic that shows that the more everyone re-rolls, the longer they stay subbed, or the more, you know, nowadays I don't think it's really about sub length, it's about buying gold boosts and buying crafted gear and buying more WoW tokens in general for that. But I go back and 1v1 that guy, even though I trinketed and then he vanished. How can I not find a DPS? No one is on today. On a Friday at prime time. Well, Saturday. Yeah, that's a problem of them needing to balance the game. Thing is, just esports in general, even for the more popular games, is not profitable right now. For like any game. Why like the kind of it's not been as invested in, like orgs are a lot less. Like orgs just want to deal with just big streamers, not really an event. Like having a big streamer that does an event is like a bonus, but it's not like a consistent thing. That's why like the only orgs that kind of even still kind of go with WoW generally are like for big orgs, you know, like Liquid and like Golden Guardians and stuff when they were doing stuff with Peekaboo. They just go after like the streamers. There's no point in having like a even like a small org like Luminosity really gained nothing from them winning everything. Especially when the tournaments used to be more spread out instead of like 4 cups in a row for a month. Usually it would be they all come like all the C9s and show, you know, they come out, pick everyone up for like right before BlizzCon and then drop everyone right after BlizzCon kind of thing. Because there's no point in keeping someone if it's not like a big streamer, you know. Yeah, WoW is one of the worst games you could try to make a living off of. Unless you're like a booster or something. I mean, I think they have other ways of just beyond IPs that they can get you even with a VPN. I wouldn't want to risk getting banned. And I'm a goody two shoe. Obviously, I'm okay with like coaching when it comes like I don't even really do the self play stuff that much. You know, it's just or haven't in like years and years and years. It's literally just VOD review stuff and UI stuff, but how can we not get a shuffle pop? That's what I want to know. We're not even that high MMR because we lost like 2 lobbies in a row. We went like 1 win, 1 win, 1 win. Or one of these wasn't 1 win. It was someone rage quit on, so I went like 1-2, I think. And then we got a 4 win, 5 win, 4 win. But this one was a 3-win until someone choked. I forget what happened. I think it was like a dragon 6-0ing a disc, and then somehow I got the disc 1 win, even though a disc should 6-0 a dragon. Oh, he boosted my boost. He knew I was going to step sap him. There's no way he did do that on accident. Oh. Dude, I didn't even get my Darkest Night for that. Okay. I don't have blades, so I can't kill that monk. It was more back in the day than it is now. The crazy thing was like the Snuts era of boosting half the ladder was crazy because you used to be able to you weren't as bottlenecked by your MMR, and they banned people way less, and you would still be like if your MMR was really high, you'd be getting hundreds of points every game. And you could like finish something in like less than 50 games, not even. Nowadays, it's like you could be 3k MMR, 1500 CR, and you get plus 20, and it's like hundreds of games to push. Especially in Blitz. Like, people that play Blitz are psychos. Like, they'll leapfrog like 3 characters and play like hundreds or thousands of BGs on each character. It's like 400 games minimum to push, even with a good win rate. And that's with like really long queues and really long BGs. Like, you could push an alt to rank 1 shuffle in a couple days. Instead of 20-ish. Like, that's a little better, I guess, but that's why I stopped. I was like 3 MMR, 29 CR, getting like plus, 18. And then I was like, this is gonna take forever. And I just gave up. That's like playing one character, not even trying to leapfrog. Because, yeah, a lot of solo queue stuff's kind of gambly. And you have to know the specific time of day that everyone's queuing. So it's very... Blitz is the real cabal all along. If you don't have like an insider note of like when everyone's queuing, which usually I guess from what I heard was everyone was playing like Saturday night, Friday night at like 10 o'clock or something, like 10 East. Or like even later than that. But yeah, you just end up if you don't play at the right time, you just get lobbies that are 200 points below you, and you either lose hundreds of MMR if you lose, or you break even if you win. So like the only way you actually can climb is if you queue when all the other high rated people queue, so that you actually can even win points. Which Rena's not really like that. I don't know what about, 4K Blitz MMRs causes it to be that wide of a range. I know a Van Rookie video talking about it a long time ago was showing that even just being 2900 was like top 1%. So like having 29 versus 4K still be within like 0.5% of the player base. Because like even when people are 4K, the average is still like 1600 to 2K. So it's like really weird of like how much the top end doesn't actually improve your rank in Blitz. It's a really weird thing of just like why overinflation like that is stupid. But I think in general, inflation's like a really, really bad system for the game. It doesn't reward you for playing. It just makes everyone who isn't a booster or a streamer quit. You play for the first month, get your gear, then you log out for 4 months, and then you just log back in and you're 500 rating higher than you were with no improvement to your skill. Because people are like, well, why do I want to like, you know, try super, super hard as a hard stuck 2K player to try to get 2-4 and be top literal 100 when I could just wait and now, you know, I could just be top like 2000 and still get it. It's kind of the mindset. No one really plays the middle of the season. But in reality, it should just be a system of decay above Gladiator. Maybe even higher than Gladiator. It could just be like, okay, for every week you don't play, you lose 50 rating. You're above like 2700. No, there's like a fake me that plays triple DPS. That's not me. I almost won the Kata tournament in season 1. But yeah, I haven't really played since then. $51. Not even Q and 2s, by the way. Average wait time 27. So we start gambling. Who wants to bet channel points? Let's make a poll. Prediction. Start prediction. When will Q pop? There you go. Do you think it'll pop in the next 9 minutes before 1 hour of Q? Oh, 8 minutes. The bet's getting more and more unfavored towards no. I mean, if it was lower rated, it would pop, but also, I mean, I guess 2-5 MMR. I don't know. We're leaning on LOL is winning. This is some win trade going on right here. Look at this. Because I have it betting on channel points. I just gave people a free excuse to just get 168,000 channel points. Here's where I start begging all of the healers on my real ID to like actually make the Q pop so that you just lose your entire lifetime supply of fucking channel points. Because this just gives you free VIP. You're just gonna duplication glitch. Gonna. I don't care. No twos today? I could do some. I wanted the shuffle to pop. And I wanted to do 3s. I have a healer for 3s. So we just can't find a DPS. Because I told Nozom I have a healer in 30, and then he just disappeared. And both boomies are already playing. And there's no mages in this video game that play. And robots isn't answering for Thug Cleave. Egg's like never on anymore. He's really burnt out. The game's not enjoyable with no add-ons for sub. Because sub is like one of the few specs in the game that you actually need to do everything right. If you're just jumping up and down as an Ellie Shaman or like a Warlock, you don't need add-ons, but you could fuck up all your DRs, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, playing sub without add-ons is like torture. Sub is not a spec that you can just play completely incorrectly and win on accident from PV. Affliction is a much better spec than DH. DH is better than it was last season, but DH Boomy doesn't seem that bad right now. I just don't know if I put DH where Windwalker or Warrior is, but that's every melee. Maybe DH Warrior would be good. Maybe with the buffs, DH Ret might be good. I don't know. Probably not. Oh, we got a pop. Anyone have the timer on that? 55 minutes. People might be losing those channel points. $50, 55-minute, 37-second Q pop. Gonna decline again though. Repop Insta? Yeah, people got a win trade week 1 of the season. I mean, there's 168,000 channel points on the line versus 290 on the before. That was almost the biggest channel point steal of all time. I probably would have invalidated the results anyway out of feeling bad. There's plenty of times where Warrior can beat a mage. Depends on, you know, what comp the Warrior's playing. If it's like a melee cleave, like if it's like Ret Warrior is the Warrior comp, then obviously, yeah. But when it's Thundercleave, Thundercleave whenever Thundercleave is broken, it loses to nothing in the entire video game. Unless it's just like superior players just making a miracle happen like Meh or something. 13 world quests. Each world quest with war mode on gives you 100 bloody tokens. So if you're too lazy to do Sparks of Life, you could just go do like 13 random race quests and stuff like that. Like every quest will always give you 100 bloody tokens. If you're not at the cap. It was last season. Every single game last season was Feral Ellie or Warrior Ellie with an HPAL. So it was like 80% of the ladder on Europe. Yeah, Warrior's the best melee right now, and Ellie's getting some buffs, even though it's not like the worst spec in the game, which I think it probably still could be buffed. I don't think it's where Mage and Lock are at right now. But Slender could very well come back, especially with the human buff for Paladins. Since no real other healer plays human. Pally will just have, you know, 1 minute trinket for, you know. Granted, I think them being able to trinket doesn't do that much with the stuns, because like sack doesn't really work right with the CC changes. Like I don't know if that's a bug. Like you could have a big sack dot and it doesn't seem to break CC a lot of the time. Even in shuffle, because most shuffle games are just 3 to 4 melee. Unless you're literally like #1 of your entire class, top 100 overall of all classes, in the bracket where you consistently get 2 or 3 wizards. In which case, no melee in the entire game can maintain uptime on a hunter, devoker, or mage, except for maybe feral. That doesn't mean warrior doesn't have the most utility of any melee or some of the most damage. I did the crafted weapons on my main. I don't recommend copying it. 1 hour, 5 seconds. So the Noper's won. There you go. Infinite channel points for everyone. Because it was 1 hour and 5 seconds when it popped. You literally were 5 seconds off from losing all the points. I don't know why I can't say channel points. My brain wanted to say combo points every time. I didn't realize there was verse mastery conquest weapons on my main. I also didn't realize that you didn't get a free 1600 piece, so I don't even have 2 piece. So my main is fucked. That's why everything points to Larm, because that's the correct gearing. Don't copy my main. Hunter, yes. Very rare that I even see a mage. It's very rare that I see 2 casters. 2 Shadow Priests right now is very rare. This is just a lobby the warrior wins. Unless I cheese the warrior one round. Warrior just solos him. Warrior's doing 1 mil DPS the entire game. And he's playing arms, not even fury. This is the lowest mortal strikes I've seen though. I usually still see over 2 million mortal strike even with the nerf. Should have trained warrior though instead of SP. Orgon healer. Lobby's way below me, so even if I get 4 wins, I probably still lose this lobby. That's the downside of sitting long queues. Might just be dead here though. Got swap. Look, the thunderstorm. Sorry, there's no gap. Get another crit buff from killing the totem. Non-maxed out of this, so I have finality lining up with it still. Fresh rupture on this guy too. Parry's aggro for no reason. I'm allowed to do damage in 30. Don't blind this aura mastery heal. He's gonna get a heal off, feels bad. Still pumping the warrior. Bomb this. Maybe get a sap because the bomb, even though it's half. Now we dotted it. Silence and do a gouge. Oh yeah. Makes the cheese build a cheese build. Your maximum of this damage literally doubles. from 30% more mastery here and 18% more damage here. With how snowbally some of the modifiers are. Whereas on my team, let's drop this, go DFA. Go to immune CC or get some more mobility with it. Could go tricks, but... Fake open this guy. Lassoed. Swap with him, I just need to micro CC this guy. He's just getting soloed. Problem with going this SPs too much is that ends up giving them damage. I have one shot really soon if I ever move, but I think we're dead here though. And I get lassoed on my blades, everything. Up disperse. Rest in peace, my flag. We might just kill here though. Wish she would stay on the one that doesn't have disperse. We're just gonna lose because he wants to swap to the other one when this is the one that doesn't have disperse. I really should just trust my fucking target calls instead of pinging like an idiot. Like, we're like 5 minutes away from killing the other one. Like, we have like a 30-second window before it's too high of dampening to kill the EJ one. He's the one with no disperse. That or we just go back Shaman and Hail Mary, but... Tried to cloak fear on my trinket, but... I'll swap. Finish my stacks, disarm the warrior. Try to kill the fiend, he got it himself, love to see it. Yeah, Subrogue is very frustrating. Make anyone lose their mind. Especially when you just get fucking... People get upset that you go 3-3. And still call your spec OP even when you're 50-50 win rate. Like it blows my mind. Like most of my rounds are just someone getting soloed by a hunter, warrior, or windwalker. And then when I get one sympathy, like not shitty lobby, every couple fucking like handful of lobbies, people lose their minds. Get another crit buff from killing the totem. Huge abyss crit. My finality bugged out. Hopefully he kills the fiend for me. Try to gouge the rest of the Aura Mastery. I stepped to get behind the parry to be able to do a global with the grounding. Still dead here, I think, though. Nice grip. Farm when he gets to me. Doesn't. Oh, I'd vanish in literally 1 second. But the warrior just decided to 50 on me. I don't really care about physical cloak at all. But yeah, duel is painful to lose for sure. Should have gouged into the kidney first, but not disperse. Finish my stacks real quick, and just stopping damage. I'll say the one that doesn't have it. I think we're just dead here. I killed one of the Siphons, I couldn't kill both of them. And the Shaman's like going in for no reason, so we don't get Link off. So we lose the lobby because of that. I don't know, nerf sub broke, you know. SP diff, I guess, somehow, even though he should be getting trained by a warrior every single game. That was worth the 1 hour queue, wasn't it? Alright, we just do some viewer twos now, I think. If you want to sign up, Levi, I got you. I want to do a little higher of queues. I don't want to just go full 16 bracket right now. I need to get 2-1 for the press. So I can make up for how bad I fucked up my main skewing. Yeah, I can't wait for my backstab to crit for 340k. instead of 280k stars aligned out of 13 million. Let's do some math real quick. Let's open up a calculator. Let's do 13 million divided by, let's say buffed backstab, 340,000. Yeah, if they're AFK and we stars aligned every modifier up, crit 38 backstabs in a row, they might die. But in reality, the average backstab is about 161. Yeah. That also energy starves you too, because backstab is very inefficient. I don't think you'd have the energy to do 38 backstabs in a row. And that's with the buff. Math in there. I mean, early in season 1, it was less. It was like less than 100k almost out of 7 million. Yeah, I think if you went lethality, if you went lethality for an extra 20% crit damage on builders, and you got an extra 20% crit damage here because this is nerfed in PvP, and you went full Versa and you went Gloomblade, you might be able to get a 500k backstab. Out of 13 million. But I think it would still be better to press Fan of Knives, even in that situation. Because, you know, one combo point sucks ass. One combo point per global for high energy cost. Not great. I don't go 4-set, just 2-piece with the chest and shoulders. They are a little faster at lower ratings. Once you're like 2.5, that's where you start getting the never-ending ones, even at prime time on the weekend. You only get the, yeah, if you're like 18 to like 2200, you're probably getting 20, 30-minute pops, I'd imagine. Yeah, they already gripped and everything. I'm just AFK. They pre-blurred. Backflip, love to see it. He has no grip here because he gripped the opener. Doesn't backflip? That's crazy. I have 2 steps. Kind of play the game. Got pain step. Try to dodge the AoE stun here, but waste backflip. Love to see it. I have double step to do the go in a sec. I have to energy pool or I'll accidentally auto T. Gouge the hunt. Bring it blur. Gonna defensively blind. Oh, it's still DR. That's not good. And we break it instantly anyway. That's a throw in land. Thought it'd be full and I was just gonna CC real meta. We need to like actually push for fears though or we lose. It's never good to fear DPS. I'm gonna lose my crit buff. Going without CC because our downtime is way too much right now. They just dome even though I don't really have any damage here. Kind of a desperation dance. The next one I have blades though, no trinket. Can you transfer conquest? Never. You could transfer honor again though. They unbugged it finally the other day. Only took like a whole half the week of the first week of the season and the entire preseason. So a week and a half to get honor transfers back. We need to stop him seeing though, it's not good. Surprised he didn't grip that. I might actually kill here. Actually still alive. Pick penance in a sec. I know this guy loves to fake penance, never mind. Forgot. Gouge the eye beam to peel. I don't have it. Oh, it's the first time he didn't fake a penance. Dry beam. Got paints up. I have 40% faint for the first half of that. Not doing too terribly on mana. I just don't like how much we're fearing the DPS. Very dance charge starved. And we're just getting way too much AoE. Might just be dead here. Got the darkness off because the blind broke. I think I'm just dead soon. Tried to fake, but gonna get gripped here. Doesn't somehow. Swap. I'm just dead here. Need to just play the one-shot build instead of the sustained damage build. Otherwise, I just don't have a win con. I full combo him with no trinkets and he tanks it. But our fears were just absolutely 1500 this game. And we don't need to MC. Like, we can't MC like that. I need you to RP walk across the universe. Because if you're MCing, you're not doing DPS with me. And sub-rogue damage isn't enough. Well, you have to play sub with a monk, dragon, or disc. Because they're like healers that can burst for multiple million. Otherwise, you just don't have a win condition. Top 3 easiest DPS specs, Fury, BM. Trying to think what the third easiest would be. Ass is pretty easy, but I think Windwalker probably, yeah. Or Ret. Ret's pretty, especially with the buffs. I would just say in terms of like actual rotational complexity, like BM and Fury are in a universe of their own. But Asa is pretty easy too. Yeah, I guess Dev is literally just disintegrate. So yeah, maybe I would put Dev there. Problem is you just don't auto win on accident on Dev. But Dev literally has the rotation of a mobile game. Destro can get some 5 million Chaos Bolts, but you know, it's the Spec that actually has to play the game. Like, why willingly have counterplay when Affliction is just easier to play and better? I blinded into that, feels bad. Guy triggered a gouge. BM Hunter brain at work, speak of the devil. I'm in smoke bomb. This gouge must be a stun. Quick gets gouge into a full stun in the bomb. The guy sees like 5% of what's on his screen. He's BM Hunter pet DDoSing himself more than me. Got Ross and Paints Up overlap. Huge. Do a 3-point of this. Stop him on his trap. Going without CC. Guy stays combat. No gouge for 5. Doesn't drop combat. I'll swap anyway though. Can't believe he actually let me sap him there. That's actually insane. What MMR is this? I don't think I would see that at 1200. Any Europeans, I apologize that you had to even watch that. Guy just stood there to get sap. I was terrified of being gouged kidneyed, I guess, even though I don't have 2 steps and they're 80 yards away from each other. I just literally walked up to him. He didn't even try to fade it or death it or fear me or anything. If you want a free sap, paid actor, win trade. Top 3 funnest specs? That's just asking me what your favorite color is. I would say most chaotic, most things going on. Probably survival, sub, and mage, but... Well, maybe not mage, is for most things going on, but... On the hunt. Look at that. Big Abyss is dead. Got swap. Another Big Abyss. Take the heal. Kidney. Blind Trinket. Get feared through cloak because it doesn't work. Try to gouge that, but I can't. Gouge him running into the bomb. Kick penance 0.1. He actually faked it. That was a really good fake. I mean, I've been living with my girlfriend for 3 years. She's got a higher libido than I do. Try harder, but yeah. People that say that are usually projecting. And that isn't the meaning of life anyway. And spelling it that way also means you're probably 10. Sorry I stopped your like 2K achievement or something as a BM hunter. YouTube chat. Try Harder says, no lifes like you are what ruined the game. You think these accomplishments mean something. Bro, you've been playing for years. Have tons of add-ons. You just get no vajayjay. I just thought it was funny. I'm all for taking add-ons out of the game, but people gotta fight fire with fire. And the base UI needs to drastically improve. Like, there's no excuse to not have, like, old school combo points as an option, class colors for, like, OCD and stuff like that. Or having default arena frames, you know, look like S Arena. Because the new arena frames that just look like the raid frames are fucking ugly as hell. But I think weak auras are definitely overtuned. I think Omnibar, you know, take a little bit of the skill expression and timing out of the game. I think big debuffs should be baseline though. And obviously S Arena should be baseline. And there should probably be a way to see kick timers. But yeah. Otherwise faking is too hard. But yeah. Everyone has add-ons. I have less than most people. I actually can see my screen. Oh, I had the biggest Abyss crit right there. Probably just different resolution because I'm playing on a 27-inch monitor in 1440p. Painted that, 40% dam reduc. I'm allowed to do damage in 30. I'll do like a shit fake go here though. Got paints up. Little does he know, after that 2 million of this, my damage was literally over. And I couldn't kill him in the next 40 seconds even if he DC'd. But I will take a free paints up even though, you know, just because his health spiked, even though my damage was over. Would like to get a trinket though so that I could cheese and bomb with flag and everything, but maybe we can bait a trinket here. Nope, he just fears it. That was a good fear. We get our double fear, nice. Maybe I could sap that. Cricket set. Look the fear maybe. I have the biggest of this here. I think I just kill. Oh, never mind. Oh, nice. Who needs CC? Yeah, you can just drag the weak aura wherever you want. Yeah, Asa's just like a more dumbed down version of Feral, because like the main fun part about Feral is Cyclone. Yeah, just drag it wherever you want. You're probably just playing 24-inch monitor, 1080p. So it's just gonna be at a different spot because I'm 1440p on a 27-inch. Conquest body into tier? Yeah, that's good to do. You go off how Alarm gear, that's my main rogue. Or the best geared rogue to use. That's why I put it in all the commands. And yeah, I did Conquest chest, Conquest shoulders, turned them into tier. Did crafted rings, crafted neck. And then I did world PvP gear. You could do world PvP shoulders too if you wanted, but... What do you think about the changes? It's overall a nerf. If you do the math. So 14% of this nerf, for the most part, if you're playing Lingering. I might try dropping Macabre, but this was kind of something I was theory crafting. I don't know how I feel about it, though. With, like, High Versa. So you get extra 20% crit here on builders, extra 20% here, because this is nerfed in PvP. And then Rotten, I forget what that is in PvP. Almost every sub-talent is nerfed in PvP. 21. So yeah, 20. Right, this is 50 still. Maybe this tooltip's bugged. But yeah, backstab needs to be flat out doubled. And even 500k out of like 13 million is very generous of a number. And then I think Supercharge also just needs to get deleted and then compensate buff eviscerate for it. Like that's something I would have rather seen. I think it's kind of stupid with the whole free symbols to starting room bug and keeping those points. And then I think it's also just really hard to balance around, and it's really stupid that sub doesn't get to play subterfuge and double vanish like Asa and Outlaw does. Because if you try to play the old school Dragonfly build and you play T and subterfuge at the same time, you lose too much. And you can't really drop 7 combo points or subterfuge ever. So having to pick between the left and right, kind of annoying. Like the 150 energy talent should just be like up here as a 1-point node for 150. Like it was in Dragonflight. So that you can have energy regen if you play subterfuge and not be energy starved. This is the survival hunter that just 7 DOs with flanking strike. Could have gone cheat death. Alright, see. I knew it was coming too. Not really any counterplay to it though. Nerf sub. At least that's dying on Tuesday also. Evasion out of invis? I don't know, man. I always forget that you can't outplay hunters anymore. Or DHs. That evasion doesn't work on disarm, or scatter, or intim, or pretty much any mechanic. And that, you know, cloak doesn't work on fell eruption, or incap, or sigil fear. Because they just needed to ninja that in for no reason. I mean, you could easily do that in a stun if I have to trinket aggro to try to kill. Even if you're playing your cheese one-shot build, even if I'm playing the max sustain damage build and not even my cheese one-shot build, you're gonna do double my sustain damage. Doesn't really matter if you're playing the low haste fucking, you know, pray for crits. 2-minute, you know, evasion for every coordinated assault. Yeah, I shouldn't evasion, but, you know, it is what it is. Probably still would have died in a micro stun for trinketing aggro. A lot harder to drift without the mouse. Look at that death log. 55 and 0.1. One button, 55. Crazy thing is I could be playing maximum one-shot build and you could fat finger your trinket in the starting room. Probably wouldn't play as big of a deal. You honestly probably could even kill me through evasion if you just scattered me and then pressed it. You just scatter the evasion and then press flanking. Probably still 60 on me. We play Mop for like a season probably, but the Ellie Shamans are gaslighters.
One
It's
button
not
in the
the
blessing
most.
of the air in 55.
Lock the decks on bad. Gotta read though. Playing Shadow Step spam makes it easier to eat traps. Or just kite the BM zoo over and over again. Win one game, swap BM for fun to shit talk. You gotta show dominance by playing an even stupider spec with even less skill involved. Granted, survival has at least more keybinds than an Xbox controller, so survival has some of the most keybinds compared to BM. But it'd be like me shitting on someone with sub and then being like, haha, I'm gonna log Asa and show playing something even, you know, more dumbed down. Gonna maybe DR blind to get a sap because I want to get the dots off since sap still breaks the damage on the trinket. Maybe get a resap. Do a cheap shot. Got paints up. Kite the zoo. I'm just waiting on blades anyway. Guy's drinking in the first fucking minute of the game. Or minute and a half of the game, sorry. Ain't that? He decides to trap me for no reason. And I'm okay with waiting. I was waiting on my blades. Could sap priest. Oh, I tried to step sap that. Kind of disrespectful, but eventually I'll move my character. Love being permanently chains of ice the whole game. No evasion for this one because it actually outtrades my evasion's cooldown. I tried to step cheap shot, did not get it. This is one of his two walls. Killing him randomly. That was a 2's game of all time. I mean, I need to use the sub one shot, which is going extinct on Tuesday. I mean, I wasn't that game, but I wasn't playing the one-shot build, so I got a 1.3 million of this. Because he's more sacrificed the whole game. Bloody token gear. You get like fake epics that are like 3-item level off bis that you replace at like the end of the season with conquest gear. But it's still like better than an honor piece. You're getting like multiple epics a week, even if it's like not like a best in slot piece. Could have evasion that. I wanted to, but then I second guessed myself that he wouldn't bash. Got both trinkets, huge. Probably wasn't worth your blinding that. Oh, he dropped combat, but I didn't get the sap. I almost had it. Parries aggro for no reason. Evasion that. No dance for this, but not everyone's just lining this ulti. Probably shouldn't bomb this because I don't have blades, but nice MC off. Try to gouge into stun, but could have disarmed after he used the sharpen instead of before. So I was just reacting to the Warbreaker, but should let him actually use the healing reduction. He peeled most of it anyway, though. Nice combat. Mana's pretty even. Gonna do a non-maxed out of this because I want Finality to line back up with Darkest Night. Faint that, 40% damage reduc. Swap Druid when he leaves spare. Oh, I was spamming step right as he went around the corner, but might sap him even though he has Rupture. Love Bark Skin while stunned. Okay, Iron Bark and skinned at least. AFK a bit. Sees him off, I'm okay with that. Gouge him running into stopping it. Oh, he barely missed it. Had to be there, but hit him no skin for a couple globals. He has bash for me, try to evasion it. Didn't do it. Finished my stacks. Need to go disarm warrior. Bash clone now. Let's trigger blind the clone. Breaks, of course. First good blade storm of the day, practically. Longest disarm of my life. I wanted to bomb here. Could still bomb the regrowth, even though it's bad. The MC on that. That was a really good MC. That was a good game. Dragon Tooth tonight? Possibly. If not tomorrow, Bacon. We'll chat, I'd play some with him tomorrow too, but... Because I've already been playing for 6 hours today. I wanted to do 3s, but Nozom just disappeared on me. Nozom's down to play tomorrow, though. What, the binding? Update poison's true. Remember the new illusion? Sure. Another brown enchant. Yeah, I don't like the glide mounts this expansion either. The Revendreth Gargoyle recolors. We rooted the grip. Might actually just kill in the opener for that. Boom. Boom. No. No 5 big booms. Oh, it's Sigil though. Tried to gouge his trinket, but he's like lagging all over the place. Going without CC. have damage in like 5. Have to farm a dance charge for a while though. I'd Sapular. Got a fiend on me. Gonna get the backflip. Oh, we didn't do it. I'm gonna save the bomb until I have blades. Still do like another shit go without CC. Nice, we got a paints up with that. Everybody has dome for every single bomb of the entire game, but might be able to sap this. Any trinkets. Okay, we're killing like 20. $15. Which is Gouge Flag Bomb. We pray that the Gouge doesn't break to a random weapon enchant and cause him to backflip. Actually, he backflips air, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Here we Gouge. Flag. Bomb. Kidney. Getting double feared though. Triggering the double fear. Oh, I guess the paint's up off. That was like the swiftiest one shot of all time too, and he's just tanked it. I wouldn't say it's that crazy. That was probably actually overall weaker. The one-shot build's kind of funny sometimes, but... it's dying on Tuesday anyway. And Holy's not great. Windwalker and Fury are the best melee. Shaman and Disc are the best healers. He has Trinket, but he doesn't have much to pair it with. But it still can one-shot him. And like 5. That's the fear. Mana, we're pretty even. Getting double feared here though. It's DR on me though, so we're chilling. Getting kidney, he has no backflip. Might be able to kill through Blair here. That was a good fake. Got the fear and fake that. That probably wins them in the game, but... Banish the hunt if he actually commits to it again. I gouged it. It's like mid-travel time it fucks it up like that. Has since Dragonflight. That was a good backflip. And then he just charged right back into me for no reason. Instead of just letting it go forever. I just cheap shot him with fade up because this game is laggy. That was some bullshit. On his end, like it was bullshit that was good for me, but I feel for him on that one. Are they lagging or something? Is he just standing around? I was waiting for him. I don't know, I thought he DC'd or something. Shouldn't be able to. The game's just really laggy. So they like happened at the same time, and I guess I was less laggy than him. So it let him like lag press it while he was already cheap shot. It kind of just spell batch let him fade while stunned, basically. Kind of like how Bladestorm bug lets warriors just Bladestorm out of stuns as a free trinket and be on DR all the time. I don't know, I enjoyed our Prez games. Or do you mean like in Shuffle? I saw a Prez 6-0 a disc today somehow. I was very confused. Or 5-1. I managed to get the disc 1 win, but disc is like 60% of the Shuffle bracket at high rating. It's more represented than Pally even was last season, which is crazy. That's going for someone that likes disc too. I do not want to go back to World of Pallycraft. I'm worried about the human change for Pally and Rets being more popular. Like I already get HPAL 4 melee lobbies still all the time in Shuffle. It's always like Windwalker Warrior HPAL disc. I just have zero fun. I stepped out of range of him for cheap shot. Rude. He actually lives. That's awkward. I could have repressed Abyss instead of Rupture, but I wanted to keep my finality stacks for one-shotting the Rogue after, because I thought there's no way he didn't die to the next dot tick. I wanted the 1v2. They actually stunned me out of this and killed me again. Never mind. Dev is not the greatest. It's not like S tier or anything, but it is easy to play. You just kind of spam Disintegrate and do good flies and stuff, but if you want like easy mode right now, it's kind of BM Hunter, Fury Warrior. I think Windwalker is also really, really good. But there's a couple technical things you might have to do occasionally, and it's not fun when you get RP walking around on Windwalker sometimes. Lets you use your mobility to do damage. Tried to cloak Priest Fair. They just rage leave. Love to see it. Arcane is insane right now. It's probably like one of the best specs. Fire is still the worst of the mage specs. All of its eggs are in overpowered barrier, and its normal spells don't really do anything. Frost Mage is just the easy mode Asa Rogue of mages. And then I think Arcane is like the best. Brute mode? You can try Sub Rogue and I could log on my DH. I'll actually backflip every single go. I'd love to see that 0 rank 1 DH play a Sub Rogue. It'd be pretty funny. Granted, you know, DH is not like the strongest class right now or what last season, but drive around in the car and they'll say it's just ADHD fidget, you know? They fixed the Sparks situation? What do you mean by Sparks? Oh, like Sparks of War Quest? Yeah. They fixed that within the first couple hours. I think what? The game started at like 3 p.m., right? I think it was up by like 7 or 6. It was a couple hours and then you could actually get Sparks from World Quests and World PvP. But yeah, it was brutal the first couple hours of the season. First couple hours of the season. Yeah, killing players didn't count. Doing world quests didn't count. You had to literally go kill all the rares and like open the little random treasure chests all over the map. But they fixed that within a couple hours. Oh, I don't know if I did, Reppy. Sorry. Let me scroll up. How far up is it? I don't see it still. Oh, new season feel the same as the last one? It's a little different. Like being able to use gouge is great. Especially for pre-CC. Like gouge a guy, bomb, stun him. Doesn't get gripped. Unless they grip the gouge. Gouge a guy, stun the healer, stun the kill target. Which you can't really do that in shuffle because everyone's gonna break your gouge still. But like 2s, real coordinated 3s and stuff, you could do a lot with gouge. It's fun. Or just gouging healer on DR with dots into stun. It's a little different, but I'd say Windwalker and Fury are the new Outlaw Feral. And then Disc Shaman are the best healers. Monk is also really good for healing. Hunter is also really good, like all 3 Hunter specs. Feral is still not bad. Asa is probably the best rogue spec by a lot. If he wants to leave again, that's his fault. I'm just trying to play some viewer twos. Another walk first globe. And he leaves again. Eventually the Q won't pop. Funny is that he won a game even though he did nothing special when I played the normal build. I don't know, I playing the one-shot build, just killing them without CC. But that build dies on Tuesday, so. But it is nice that you could gouge flag. .3, goddamn. Without flag. We're actually in group Berserker Roar, that's rude. Crazy how little choose variety there is right now though. Not even like we're 2-4 more, it's just them 3 times in a row. Kind of slack? What do you mean? I mean, it was 2v1. In 1v1s, you'd play a very different build. You would play like 2 vanishes and stuff for like more healing. He said that's, from going off what he said on Twitter, he said it's in the right direction, but it's a nerf. And then I did the math, and I kind of figured it to be a nerf as well. I mean, someone had a good point that when you're doing like Shadowcraft back-to-back of this, finality mattering less is kind of more averaged out, but a lot of times when you're Shadowcrafting, it's like Ivis secret. But yeah, for the most part, it's a, for Calv's build, it's a 14% Ivis nerf. Shadowstrike does nothing, Backstab does nothing, Rupture does something. But 25% of 300k is way worse than 14% of multi-million. So like the normal 2 mil lingering of this will be like 1.8, maybe 1.7. And you can't really drop shadow or the middle drop supercharge, but I mean, what do you mean I had it open? You had a while. But that's the gist of it. Oh wait, this is meant to be Danse Macabre. Type Darkest Night twice. I don't know how I didn't catch that like the first 20 times. You're right, it is Danse. Hold on. I'm fried. Yeah. Rat Warrior lobby. Either me or the Warlock is fucked. Drink a tank. No saying for this. Block's just killing all of them. Love to see it. Play on hands. I did faint the first half of this, but I might still be dead. Nice spirit. Nice CS. You think a rotten build could be viable? No. Lay on hands and wall, big overlap. Hope's dead. Coming to wings proc. Can you healer no sank? Tried to fake fade, but he's just not doing it. They are cheap. And I'm just dead. We're all dead to the Warlock. No dance charge for like 20. Or it was DR'd, so I couldn't cover him there for that fear. No step. Oh, I did have step actually to stop the rep there. Luckily they stopped it on their own though. Pick on both schools. Gouges and interrupts. I can't really get back and forth on the healer anyway. Vanish defensively to not die to air. I think we're just dead though. Warlock triple kills every round even though he should be getting warriored down. I don't know. Either I lose this because it's a ret or the lock loses because there's a warrior. But somehow the lock is just still triple killing everyone while being trained every round. It's kind of crazy. Unless it's just a, you know, healer diff. Disc versus dragon. Like, disc can heal it. Probably Omni CC. I honestly don't notice it though. No meld for this because I'm playing work. Alright, triggers the blind late. Nice Nahj. What? Where's that I think? Yeah. I think it's just a disc gap. I mean, maybe the lock can carry the dragon one time, and then like copium that gets us 4 wins instead of 3 and 3. Not really. I think they should have just buffed other healers. Healer, no sink in a sec. Page, but lining my healer like a jackass. No step to kick that. I have my blind, everything's PR though. Stun healer even though he's gonna sink it. Get sank out of the way later for a fear though. Kill with blades as soon as they get out of this. Why not? Yes. Nice, we got the dragon on the board. It's so good for us. I mean, I will never say poor Ret after what they did to Dragonflight and after what they did to last season. I have a similar problem where my opener just gets the Shadow Strike or Cheap Shot just bugs out. I've never experienced it with Cheap Shot, but someone else was saying it happened to their Cheap Shot. Yeah, my opening Shadow Strike just does no combo points, does no fine weakness, does no hero talent, like 30+% of the time. Really weird. Been bugged since preseason. It does the animation, even teleports me, and then it just doesn't even hit them. At 40% paint for that. Work the fly stun. Quick fire breath. I could have vanished there, I guess. Lock just soloed me. Well. Got insta shadow bolted twice for like 40-0. Finish my stacks real quick. Maybe tap. Got Sank out of the way at least. A gouge in 2. Actually unfair. Are Raleigh just dead here? Take this crit, we can win. Another bop. Threats are literally just drop paladins. Level up. I'll banish that. Cover it. I cloak in 4. I shouldn't have stepped out of the dome. Cloak the haunt while it's airborne at me. Oh, he baked in and put on the other guy anyway. Alright, it's like our last go here. I get slept. Can blind healer though for the win. Or not. Alright. Blind healer. Truly last go. Warrior's dying like this global. So he lives barely. Solo bomb, just game's ending. Have dance in like 2. Guys off stun DR in 5. I thought he actually died for a second there. Think of this. Stun healer, no sank. He does have sank. No gouge for 5. 10%. He dies leaping over there to execute. Well, I did not have Warlock 6-0ing a fucking melee cleave lobby on my bingo board. I don't know. Everyone's gonna say nerf Subrog. Was not donating that many precogs either. And I was being pretty disruptive with my gouges. And I had good gouges still in the healer. Because they're nerfing Shadow Blades also. But the 10% Seeker Tech buff minus 10% Macabre damage breaks even. Shadow Rupture did extra 5 million on replicating. That's not bad. Overall, 14% of this nerf. Yeah, I'm like the only PvPer in existence that upgraded the car all the way. We got the upgraded boost, we got the upgraded engine, upgraded tires. We can do this. And then wipe out. I was trying to look at chat. Yeah, we got a couple good laps in. That one was bullshit. It just ate my input and drifted the wrong way. And I was stopping and restarting the drift. Guy's just honking at me. You can skip it. On your ults, you could just take the portal straight to the zone. We've done it once. Portal's right by the catalyst for making tier gear. Like a little teleport pad. Depending on DH this season, it's not as good as Windwalker Warrior, but what is, you know? Against the Windwalker, you try not to get one shot, and then you remember the days where you could peel their cooldowns. Then you just watch them be immune to CC because they press Celestial and do millions and millions of damage. And then you laugh at the 10% nerf that's not clearly enough. When Slice is still hitting for 2 to 4 million. I've been playing Shiv for fun, but it doesn't do that much. But it's nice because it removes the new Warrior Zerker Roar. That's why, and I'm just too lazy to switch talents every game. So I'm just getting used to playing Shiv more so I can always have it. 40% faint that. Primary CDs. Put in a cloak, but. Second Blade Storm. More Blade. Oh, okay. I just hallucinated the first one. He doesn't have 2 Blade Storm. What happened that? I think it was just him spamming Whirlwind. Caught me off guard. I'm cooked. I've already been playing for like 7 hours. Too much shuffle. Get that 0.1. That one. Keep shot that one. Can't penance over here. Fades my gouge. Just running. Bomb to get a sap here. Down he goes. Yeah, it's like a 14% of this nerf. Even though it's the second sub nerf that's happened when Asa got a buff. Even though Asa has tripled the representation and tripled the win rate. And is actually viable at tournament level. I mean, I think it's a step in the right direction. Eventually they'll buff, right? Like, I want them to have more sustained damage so that I could actually out-damage an Asa or an Outlaw. If it's not more than like a 1-minute game of someone just inting their defensives. I don't know how that drift happened. Okay. I mean, you'll probably still get like a 2 mil of this physical before adding in shadow and everything that's like that. But yeah, the more everyone gets full gear, the more stamina is just going to outscale damage, though, is the thing. People are going to gain 3 or 4 million more HP or more, and damage is only going to go up by like 500k, not even, maybe, you know, maybe a million, but I wouldn't even say a million on like stars aligned hits. Like stamina and stuff just outscales primary stats, and secondary stats are the diminishing returns are pretty brutal in the later seasons, especially season 3, when you're able to actually hit 40% stat DR. I mean, Disc is getting nerfed on Tuesday, so maybe. Rude. I gotta kill that hunter. Yeah, he's already dead. Wait, what's my honor looking like? Ooh, I'm honor capped. Out. I don't know how long I've been honor capped for. I need sockets too. They're not. It's a 14% of this nerf if you do the math. Potentially 22 if you like symbolic. The wooting is pretty good. But it's a step in the right direction for them to compensate later, hopefully, Copium. Yeah, Hunter dodged the nerfs too, for the most part. I mean, I guess they just nerfed survival Tuesday, but gouging him low to stall out the stun DR. Doing some Rat the Lich King strats. Just fearing people low. Did wall there, so that's good. If I don't just die here in a hodge. Very well, just might. Take a Vis crit. Only did 1.6 million, even though he didn't have wall. That was a finality Darkest Night. Free Ross's AR after my go's over. Not a good gouge. I should have waited till he like went for a trap or something. Or to just stall out the R's again. Like here's where the gouge would be good. Gets the rep though. I have no evasion for the Circuit Rage, so he's gonna go for 3 reps because Pallies are just fucking mages. Huge Vis crit. 1.8 through wall. Wall's over though, and I have another big Vis crit. Block the binding shot. Get bubble. Gouge chooses to get kicked on MD. Stun him in 1. Restun trinket. Secret tech on 10%. Tanks it. Doesn't tank that though. Gonna miss the one-shot build on Tuesday there. When you get 1600, you get like some item that goes in your bag. It looks kind of like a hellstone. It's like Kaju something. Click that, and then it just gives you another catalyst charge. But yeah, you don't get a piece of gear anymore. You just get an extra charge. So that's what it fucked up my main, because I thought I would get a free piece of gear. So I don't have 2 piece on my main, but... And I crafted weapons, not knowing that there's conquest daggers with verse mastery. He's dead. That was unfortunate. Nice MC on the hunt. Got pissed. Can't kill the cap because I got rooted. I think rooting before going for the cap was pretty patient. Feeling the I-beam. Pretty Blair? Okay. That one's out of combat. Oh, the left though. I was like half a second from Vanish sapping him there. I'll one shot this guy really soon. I just need dance charge. Good fake. Good backflip. Gonna lose my crit buff. Jesus, that was illegal. That was like through earthing. I'll do damage again at 90. I don't want to press a global because then I will accidentally auto T if I press 2 globals. So I have to wait a little bit of energy. Might be able to sap shaman here. Keep them. I was hoping to bait trinket here without blades. Have all my cooldowns ready for the next go. I don't want to like defensively gouge here because I need gouge to set up the damage. Kill both caps. He pre-blurs, so I'm just AFK waiting out the blur. Making sure I don't auto T. My gouge breaks insta-wise. I still just kill the guy though. Shaman doesn't have much for him. And I just have infinity. Morning, coin. Levi getting cabaled right now, you know? Awesome Trickster. I've tested it. It's ass. I mean, I can get you in Slate eventually if you want. I'm just trying to get my rogue above 2-1 in every bracket, just so I can grind the, oh yeah, double rogue. I need to get these. So I can use the PvE sparks. To get free pseudo epics to make up for the fact that I'm an idiot and messed up my tier set and crafted 2 weapons. If on week 3 I can get free legs and free helmet, then that might make up for wasting thousands of points. But yeah, I would have to get 120 of these in 3 weeks. You buy them here to do PvE crafting. Big advantage of running Deathstalker. Big Abyss crits. More cooldown reduction on Shadow Step. More Rupture Pad. You break CC a little less. Nimble's kind of hard to control sometimes. Then you end up breaking stuff. Trickster's more based around just Secret Tech and Builders. Like if you were trying to play like a weird PvE Gorma build, it'd be okay, but... You just have a much wider win con as Deathstalker, because you could get reliable Big Abyss crits that you can line up with Finality and everything. As Outlaw, it's doing better than Sub, but I think Asa is the best rogue spec. Yeah, so if you pre-symbols in the starting room, as long as you don't change your talents, you keep the supercharges. So you load in, decide what talents you're going to play, including honor talents, and then you just double symbols in the starting room if you have enough time. Or just do 1 symbols in the starting room, if it took you a while to decide what you were doing. But yeah, that's been bugged since the second supercharge came out. The feature. Yeah, they only deplete if you change talents. I literally do it pretty regularly. Same with Windwalkers. They can start out with the crazy Chain Lightning. If they just spam Spinning Crane Kick or whatever and canceling it. If you just kick like 20 times in the starting room, you start out with 20 stacks of Lightning. Very, very cooked. 5-minute 2 skew. You'd mostly just play the same build as last season. Subterfuge build or T build. I always am testing a bunch of random different stuff, but those are the staples. If you want to do the one-shot build, it's the same build as the T build. You just switch this one honor talent from lingering to symbolic, and you switch Keeper Daggers to flag. New talent? The Faint thing is pretty broken. Yeah, see, like, I symbols here. I have 2 blue points. It will be there at the start. He's dead. Oh, I knew it was coming. With the that's the one-shot build. That's going away on Tuesday, but if you add in the Deathstalker mark from the finisher and the Shadow Abyss, that 3.9 is like 4.6 or something, I think. Maybe even close to 5. What did the last one hit him for? I don't even think the Shadow Abyss hit. It was so overkill. No, Shadow Abyss for a mill. And then Blades did 600. So yeah, that was over 5. That was a survival hunter right there. 48 to 0 in point 1. Yeah, they're basically nerfing all the modifiers and then trying to flat buff Abyss Rupture, Backstab, and Shadow Strike. But yeah, it's if you do the math, it's a 14% Abyss nerf for lingering builds and a 22% Abyss nerf if you're playing Symbolic. But hey, Backstab will hit like 40k harder. Shadow Strike will hit like 50k harder. Rupture will hit like 50k harder. That'll, you know, that's worth like 500k Abyss damage, I guess. I think it's a step in the right direction. They just have their numbers very wrong. Like, Backstab needs to be almost doubled and give an extra combo point. And Shadow Strike probably needed 40% or so. And then I don't think Rupture needed anything. Rupture's already really good. Yeah, overall it's a nerf. I'm just tired of spamming Fan of Knives every global and like trying to stand in between two people and being like, okay, I want to hit him here, but I have to stand here to fan both. I'm doing that all game and just spamming Fan. Like, I want to actually have Backstab be a usable button eventually. And Fan be a situational pad instead of like trying to go entire games without pressing Backstab once. And just only fanning. I didn't even need their help. How so? Just the driving? The car's a little harder to control when you actually upgrade all the parts. but most PvPers don't upgrade it. Cause yeah, the tires you just craft as a work order at like the crafting auction house. And then the engine, you have to beat all of the races on like at least bronze. There's only 4 of them, but you have to do normal and reverse. You have to do 8 races. And then the better boost, this is on the auction house for like 100 gold. Type steam boil and buy everything. But yeah, all alternate colors, you have to get exalted with all the reps, which I'm not doing that. And the extra different sound effects for the horn are also like tied to reputation, which I'm not doing that. But is what it is. This honk is fine. I'm not sure yet. I think it'll probably still end up being the same build. I don't think much will change. It's just the Nivis nerf. I kind of want to mess around and try this build I cooked up. But extra 20% here, extra 20 or extra little bit here. And then for builders. And then maybe like a big Gloom Blade wearing extra Versa or something, but still being Dark Brew and drop dots. But I can't really test it till it comes out. Go Subterfuge. And let's just go Bargain, even though it's terrible. Freedom Sprint, or 30-second sprint. Whatever I gotta do to move my character. Oh, I should have just done one shot and tried to go the Shaman. I don't think I've ever beaten Mage Healer though, this patch. Even with the ult time change. Mage is just immortal now. Painted that, 40% dam reduct, he's soloing me through it. Should have killed the totem for an extra crit buff. This is just gonna go to like 70% damp until he just gets a surge and solos my healer. If I try to go their healer, he'll just peel me really well, but gets that. It's so obnoxious to fight Cubsy. These mages are just so immortal. Might be LG though, I don't want to fight this multiple times. And I don't see a shuffle pop happening anytime today. What's up? Nope. Thought he would bake there, that's crazy. It's more criminal if they just gave all 3 mage specs arcane mobility. Like, fire isn't great, but like alter time reset into blink backwards, dematerialize healing like multiple million. Not healthy for the game. I had 0.1 on my kick. I thought that would be slow enough for me to get that. I'm gonna drink a lot now. Back to drink. Just re-drinks. Hopefully I get a read to sap this. Yeah. %64% damp. Game starting soon. I think we're gonna get soloed here. Yeah. Really fun matchup. New illusion crap? Yeah, it's not great. I mean, yeah, if you had swap, we could have maybe made it to like 80% damp. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. GG's guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm not gonna fight that 5 times in a row. They already nerfed it twice. They nerfed the tier set twice, then they nerfed secret tech, and now they're doing this whole nerfing every modifier and trying to baby buff backstab by like 40k. But yeah, it's a 14% of this nerf. But yeah, GG's guys. I'll see you tomorrow.